Committee on Oversight and Government Reform will come to order. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Appreciate the group that we have assembled today. This is always of keen interest, the duplication report. Government is so big, so wide, so expansive. We're talking about trillions of dollars in expenditures, and we're always seeking ways to make the government's dollars more effective, more efficient. And this morning, the Government Accountability Office has released its 6th annual report on opportunities to reduce fragmentation, overlap, and duplication in the Federal Government to achieve financial and other benefits. And over the course of the six years, the GAO has highlighted 250 areas of the Federal Government and recommended more than 600 corrective actions. We cannot thank enough the men and women who serve in the GAO, the good work that they do. Doing hard work, looking under the hood, and really coming up with important recommendations that we as members of Congress desperately need in order to do our jobs properly. 41% of the recommended corrective actions have been fully addressed and closed, which GAO reports will save about $125 billion by the year 2025. This report reveals that persistent efforts to address inefficiencies and resolve wasteful spending can provide significant benefits to the public. Yet with only 41% of actions addressed, more obviously needs to be done. In taking action at just 3 agencies, the Department of Defense, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Internal Revenue Service, if we did just those 3, we would save literally billions upon billions of dollars. Combined, these agencies account for more than half of all Federal spending in fiscal year 2015. More than half of all corrective actions in GAO's annual reports are directed at these 3 agencies. Yet all 3 agencies have more than 60% of the recommended actions still open. For example, the GAO estimates the IRS could save hundreds of millions of dollars and increase revenue by enhancing its online services. In 2013, GAO recommended the IRS develop a methodology for its allocation of enforcement resources. The IRS developed a methodology, but to date has chosen not to implement it. Such inaction costs taxpayers time and money. The IRS needs to explain their refusal to take this corrective action. In a new area highlighted in this year's report, the IRS is using a paper-based system to receive and track tips on tax noncompliance through public referral programs in 9 different offices. GAO estimates the coordination and information sharing could help the IRS identify and collect billions of dollars in tax revenue. It shouldn't take a GAO report to point out that coordinating investigations prevent duplicative work and ensures taxpayer resources are used efficiently and effectively. In 2015, GAO recommended that Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services should ensure states report accurate and complete data on state sources of funds. Seems fairly reasonable. GAO estimates that CMS could save the taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars, but CMS has not taken this action. And in 2013, the GAO recommended the Department of Defense implement a plan to guide joint basing, meaning multiple military services using a single base to achieve efficiencies. The DoD has yet to complete this action, even though it could save as much as $2.3 billion over a 20-year period. Why do we need to come back year after year to discuss the same actions? That's in part what we're going to be discussing today. Obviously, the Federal Government has an obligation not to waste taxpayer dollars. We're pulling money out of somebody's pocket, and then we're trying to give it to somebody else and use that. And we've got to be very, very cognizant of this wasteful taxpayer spending. All Federal workers should consider it part of their job description to prevent waste and should embrace their role as fiduciaries for the American public. Disagreements over policy can lead to disagreements over appropriate spending, but the imperative to prevent waste is something we can all agree on both sides of the aisle. When we know it's about waste and inefficiency, we have to act. This GAO annual report provides a roadmap to tackling the known waste and inefficiency is out there. So, we have a lot of questions, a host of questions here, but we do look forward to it and want to maximize the time for member input. So with that, I'd like to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Cummings of Maryland, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for once again holding what has become a tradition for our committee and for making sure that GAO's report gets the attention it warrants. This type of oversight is one of the core functions of our committee. Today, we will focus on GAO's 6th annual report on duplicative programs and opportunities for cost savings in the Federal Government. This report allows the executive branch and Congress to work together to identify critical areas where we can reduce waste and make Federal programs more efficient and effective. This report is interesting because it focuses on both the executive branch and Congress. Since 2011, GAO's reports have consistently shown that Congress has been doing far worse than the executive branch in implementing GAO's recommendations. Today's report is no different. It shows that Congress could be doing much more to foster a more efficient, effective, and accountable government. According to GAO, the executive branch has fully or partially completed 81% of GAO's recommendations, 81%. That is an impressive success rate, particularly in the light of the budget cuts agencies have endured in recent years. Congress, on the other hand, has implemented only about 46% of GAO's recommendations. Even with that 46%, it's kind of generous because GAO gives Congress credit for taking partial action by just moving a bill through committee, even if it has not been passed either in the House or the Senate. Mr. Chairman, during last year's hearing, you thanked GAO for, and I quote, providing Congress and the executive branch with a roadmap to achieve needed savings, end of quote. According to GAO, the administration has done a much better job of following that roadmap than we here in Congress. Specifically, GAO made 459 recommendations for the executive branch, and 372 have now been fully or partially completed. In contrast, GAO has made 85 recommendations for Congress, but only 37 of those have been fully or partially completed. GAO's new report highlights areas where Congress could legislate right now to eliminate waste and duplication. For example, GAO recommended that Congress pass legislation to protect private citizens who report tax fraud to the IRS from retaliation by their employers. It is vital that we protect these whistleblowers and reward them for their service. That is why, in February, Senator Baldwin and I introduced the Warren Act. Our bill would increase incentives for people who blow the whistle on financial crimes, including misrepresentations of tax liabilities in public filings. The bill has been endorsed by many organizations, including POGO, Americans for Financial Reform, the AFL-CIO, and the Communication Workers of America. And I hope Congress can consider this bill this year. GAO also recommended that Congress lower the threshold requiring employers to electronically file W-2s to help IRS detect fraudulent refund claims. GAO's 2016 report also recognizes improvements by Federal agencies and includes a number of recommendations for Federal agencies going forward. For example, GAO highlighted a number of success stories at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, including eliminated duplicative contracts and improving processes for identifying improper payments. Through improvements to the Medicaid Integrity Program, CMS helped recover nearly $657 million of improper Medicaid payments in fiscal year 2015, according to the GAO. On the flip side, GAO found that the Department of Defense still has 79 major weapon systems programs with a total acquisition cost of over $14 trillion. DOD spends $100 billion each year on these systems, but has failed to strategically manage those investments, resulting in inefficiency and waste. Taxpayers and our troops deserve better than that. I want to thank all of our witnesses today. To Mr. DiDardo, you and your talented staff provide a critical service to the Congress and the American people with this annual report, as well as with the work you do every day to help ensure our tax dollars are spent wisely. And I hope that you will share with all of your employees how grateful we are for their pursuit of excellence and for them helping to provide us with the road maps to make a difference. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I'll hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any members who would like to submit a written statement. And we'll now recognize our panel of witnesses. We have quite a few people to swear in, but we're first pleased to welcome the Honorable Gene DiDardo, who's the Comptroller General of the United States at the United States Government Accountability Office. Sir, we're pleased to have you come before our committee. Again, you are one of the more important people that we have come here, given your insight and your commitment to these issues. And again, I can't thank your staff enough for the great work that they do behind the scenes. A number of those key staff people are here. We wanted to maximize the opportunity for members to dive deeper into some of these issues. And pursuant to committee rules, we're going to swear these people in as well. These experts that are here include Ms. Kathleen Barrick, Managing Director for Defense Capabilities on the management team, Mr. Paul Francis, Managing Director, Acquisition and Sourcing Management Team, Mr. Chris Mim, Managing Director, Strategic Issues Team, Ms. Nikki Clowers, Managing Director, Healthcare Team, Ms. Oris Williams-Brown, Managing Director, Financial Markets and Community Investment Team, Mr. Philip Herr, Managing Director, Physical Infrastructure Team, Ms. Barbara Boberg, Managing Director, Education, Workforce and Income Security Team, Mr. Seto Begdoyan, I hope I pronounced it properly, Forensic Audits and Investigative Services Team, and Mr. Dave Powner, Director, Information Technology Team. My apologies if I didn't get all of those names proper. We also have Mr. John Dalrymple, Deputy Commissioner for Services and Enforcement at the Internal Revenue Service at the United States Department of Treasury, Mr. David Tillotson, Deputy Director and Defense Chief Management Officer at the United States Department of Defense, and Dr. Patrick Conway. And Doctor, you've got a title here: Acting Principal Director. Acting Principal Deputy Administrator, Deputy Chief Administrator for Innovation and Quality, and Chief Medical Officer at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services at the United States Department of Health and Human Services. So I thank you again for all of your good work and for your being here. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses are to be sworn before they testify. Those on the panel, as well as those accompanying Mr. DiDardo, if you all please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may all be seated. Please let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. We would ask the 4 panelists that are here at the table to please limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. Then members will have ample time to ask their questions. And Mr. DiDardo, it's your discretion if you want to yield time to particular individuals as we get into the questions, and we have a seat there if need be. But Mr. DiDardo, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, Ranking Member Cummings, members of the committee. We're very pleased to be here today to discuss GAO's 6th annual report on overlap, duplication, and fragmentation in the Federal Government, and also other opportunities to achieve cost savings and revenue enhancements. In this report, we introduced 92 new actions that the Congress and the executive branch can take in 37 different areas. And to give you some examples, in the overlap, duplication, fragmentation area, we highlight 12 areas. For example, we found that the Defense Department is procuring commercial services for satellites, and in the $1 billion that they spent, about 30% of that was spent outside their central procurement agency. by the different services and other agencies throughout the department. And as a result, in the central agency, the costs were about 15% less than purchasing it outside that central offices. So we think there's better money to be saved there, tens of billions of dollars. We also found 9 referral programs at IRS for whistleblowers and others to report improper activities that would give IRS some tips to follow up for tax enforcement purposes and potentially produce billions of dollars in additional revenue owed the government. But these systems were manually operated, they were fragmented, they weren't coordinated, and there were a lot of opportunities to streamline and provide better communication to the people providing tips. Also, we found there was a potential for duplicative health care spending between people who are on Medicaid or in the state exchanges. There's some amount of transfer time that could be made if people's income levels change or they become eligible for Medicaid or the services, but we found activities outside that normal transition period, and we recommended that in order to minimize any duplicate Federal spending, that better coordination would need to take place and better oversight by CMS over the Medicaid programs at the state level and with the exchanges. In areas of cost savings, revenue enhancements, we've got a number of recommendations this year that are new. We have opportunities to save a lot of money in overpayments for disability programs by the Social Security Administration. There are billions to be saved in revamping some of the payment policies that guide Medicare spending. There's greater need for oversight to save. You could save hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions, by greater oversight of CMS over Medicaid spending and the state's activities. There's also millions that could be saved by the Federal agencies having better access to excess personal property at DOD and ammunition that's discarded, but could be used by other Federal agencies, so we don't have to buy it twice in that process. And there's some fees that could be raised that haven't been raised in over 20 years to help provide more resources, in particular to deal with deferred maintenance in our national parks. To date, as Mr. Chairman mentioned, Mr. Cummings in their opening statements, Congress and the Administration have acted on many of our recommendations. The 544 that we've had made previously, 41% have been implemented, 34% partially, 20% not yet implemented at all. There are tens of billions of dollars in additional savings to be had in the offing here if those recommendations are fully acted upon. To date, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, in your opening statements, about $125 billion that have been saved or will be saved over the coming years. We're pleased that the Congress has taken action. A lot of the large dollar savings have come from congressional action, and also in a number of areas where the agencies have taken action, it's because of congressional urging as well. But there's a lot more that could be done. I'm very pleased to be here today to talk about those opportunities in addition to the new areas that we've added to the list. Thank you for holding this annual hearing. It makes a big difference in getting support, and I will pass on to our staff your thanks and appreciation for their hard work. Mr. Chairman, Congressman Cummings, thank you for your comments, and be happy to answer questions at the appropriate point.
Thank you. Mr. Dalrymple, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee. I'm here to discuss findings of the Government Accountability Office, GAO, related to its 6th annual review of duplicative programs. We appreciate GAO's studies of the IRS and its programs. Their findings, insights, and recommendations are invaluable to us as they help assure we are successful in accomplishing our mission of collecting over $3 trillion annually. Without independent auditors and evaluators, we simply could not be as effective. Since fiscal year 2013, the IRS has taken action to address more than 82% of all of GAO recommendations made, including those highlighted in this report. Between fiscal year 2011 and 2015, The IRS received more than 2,100 recommendations from GAO and our Inspector General's auditors, with GAO recommendations accounting for roughly 30% of those. Given the sheer number and scope of recommendations the IRS receives on a wide variety of areas, the reality of resource and budget limitations precludes us from taking every action recommended as quickly as we might prefer. The IRS has to look at total universe of recommendations across the enterprise through a larger lens and make strategic decisions about actions most important to address those audit findings. To that end, we very much appreciate the initiative GAO started this year, where they review and prioritize the universe of open recommendations. This helps us better understand what they think are the most critical. Overwhelmingly, GAO and IRS are on the same page. Our top priorities are generally the same as theirs. This increases our confidence that we are acting on the most important recommendations first. The two IRS programs highlighted in this year's GAO duplicative program study, referrals and identity theft, are illustrative of the value we get from GAO recommendations and the actions we take. IRS referral programs, which involve individuals and businesses reporting alleged noncompliance with the tax laws, the GAO study reported several areas needing improvements, and we got right to work. We now have a team in place tasked with reengineering parts of the referral process to be more streamlined and effective. In fiscal year 2012 through 2015, about 93% of information referrals did not lead to audits, but about 7% did. This is a much higher overall audit rate, which is hovering around 0.7% for the general population. What's more, the audits based on those referrals yielded over $209 million in additional tax assessments recommended. What these figures reveal is that our screening process is effectively identifying the productive referrals for audit, and it's making an important contribution to tax administration. With the improvements we plan to make as a result of the GAO recommendations, our referral processes are being streamlined and will be more efficient and effective. While unique relative to other referrals, the GAO report on IRS whistleblower program offers a snapshot in time for a program under constant scrutiny for its processes that are continually refined. Even before GAO began its most recent evaluation on the IRS whistleblower program, we had begun addressing the major issues that were identified. The GAO findings confirmed we were taking the right actions in streamlining the process for claims, making dramatic reductions to the inventory of cases at particular phases of the process, and instilling new leadership with a strong background in bringing about operational efficiencies. Another IRS program highlighted in this year's GAO duplicative program report is our identity theft program, which GAO has almost continually reviewed in recent years and prompted important program improvements. As we confront the growing problem of stolen identity refund fraud, the IRS is using a multi-pronged approach to protect taxpayers and their information. The IRS has made this area a high priority and has been making steady progress. The additional $290 million in fiscal year 16 funds afforded the IRS by the Congress had allowed us to allocate more resources to combating this insidious crime. About 2,000 individuals have been convicted on federal charges related to refund fraud involving identity theft over the past few years. Using our improved filters, we stopped 1.4 million returns last year and kept criminals from collecting about $8.7 billion in fraudulent refunds. GAO has been helpful in identifying areas where improvement to this program can be made. We have acted on those recommended improvements and continue to look for ways to strengthen our defenses against this crime and stop the victimization of taxpayers and the entire tax ecosystem. Be happy to take questions at the proper time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. Tillotson, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, good morning to the Chair, Ranking Member.
Can you pull the mic a little bit closer to you? Thank
Certainly.
you.
Is that better? Very good. Thank you to the Chair, the Ranking Member Cummings, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Department's progress on addressing the General Accountability Office findings related to duplication, fragmentation, and overlap in the Department. I also want to add my thanks to those of the Chair and the Ranking Member, to the Honorable Mr. Gene Dodaro and the GAO for the work that they do. Candidly, while one is not always happy to hear that we could be doing things better, the truth is we all know full well that we can do things better. And in fact, as the Acting Deputy Chief Management Officer for the Department of Defense, that's actually my job description, is to find those things. So be perfectly honest, having assistance in identifying opportunities bothers me not at all. So we look forward to our continued work with the Government Accountability Office. As the ADCMO, or Assistant Deputy Chief Management Officer, I provide direction and advice on improvements to business processes and practices in the Department, with a particular emphasis on finding efficiencies in overhead and mission support. So clearly, our intent of my office and Mr. Dodaro align very well. Last year, the Deputy Secretary asked the DCMO office to put together a series of efficiency initiatives that would help free up needed funds to meet emerging needs within the top line of the Department. Initiatives we are leading include headquarters reductions, service contract requirements reviews, information technology optimization, and business optimization to include exchanges and commissaries. We've also been working on select business processes to include the hiring process, conference approvals, and the process for coordinating and promulgating DoD issuances. When completed, these initiatives will result in $7.7 billion in forecasted savings over the period from FY17 to 21, and a further reduction of 25% of headquarters costs. Several of these topics are areas that were identified either in previous GAO reports or in the current 2016 report. The Department appreciates the GAO's work in this area. The GAO identified a total of 101 recommendations directed solely to the Department in its first 4 annual reports from 2011 to 2014, and we have fully addressed or partially addressed 87% of these recommendations. The GAO identified additional 19 recommendations in 2015 for the Department, and we've fully or partially addressed 47% of those. I fully acknowledge that means we have more to do. And we will continue to make progress. One specific area in which we've made significant progress is in the area of DoD contract management for broad acquisitions. In its high-risk series update report published in February 2015, the GAO recognized progress made regarding the management and oversight of contracting techniques, noting that departmental leadership has taken significant steps to plan and monitor progress over the last several years. As a result, the GAO made a decision to remove contracting techniques and approaches from the scope of the DoD contract management high-risk areas. Another example of the Department's progress, and it aligns with the recommendation made in the 2016 report, involves the management of leased space. In 2014, the Department, using a baseline of 5.4 million square feet of DoD-occupied space in the National Capital Region, set out to reduce that space. Our initial plan calls for a reduction of 1.2 million square feet prior to 2020. To date, we've eliminated 267,000 square feet of leased space use in the National Capital Region by making better use of government space, and we intend to get an additional 886,000 square feet out of reductions in lease space use by 2020, which will save $43 million a year. In addition to those 14 efforts, we're going to look more broadly across the entirety of DoD property and broadly across the country. So I anticipate more progress in that area. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, the Department looks forward to continuing to work both with this committee and with the GAO to continue to implement recommended actions. We take our duty to be a steward of the taxpayers' dollars very seriously, and we look forward to continuing to work on the opportunities identified in the 2016 report. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Conway, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman Chaffetz, Ranking Member Cummings, and members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to discuss Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services' operation of the Medicare and Medicaid programs. We share this committee's commitment to serving beneficiaries and protecting taxpayer dollars. As stewards of Medicare and Medicaid marketplace and the Children's Health Insurance Program, CMS is serving almost 140 million Americans, and we want these programs to be as effective and efficient as possible. We view the GAO as an important partner in these efforts and appreciate and take seriously GAO's work and their recommendations, and are working to address and implement them. We are making important progress in all our efforts to reduce duplication, improve efficiency, and protect taxpayer dollars, all while providing our beneficiaries with high-quality care. In the last year, we have implemented 38 GAO recommendations and have submitted approximately 100 additional recommendations to the GAO for their review and closure. One of our driving forces at CMS is changing the way health care is delivered in this country, moving towards paying providers based on quality rather than the quantity of care they give patients. As a practicing physician, I know how important this work is. Now an estimated 30% of Medicare payments are tied to alternative payment models, and millions of American patients are benefiting from better coordinated, improved quality of care. Our work to reduce hospital-acquired conditions such as ulcers, infections, and avoidable traumas represents over 87,000 lives saved and an estimated $20 billion in cost savings. We've seen an estimated 565,000 fewer hospital readmissions, meaning that beneficiaries didn't have to experience an extra hospital stay, and Medicare did not face expenses for extra care. Consistent with the recommendations from the GAO, CMS has taken several steps over the past years to improve transparency into supplemental payments in Medicaid and around the Section 1115 research and demonstration programs used for states to pursue innovations. We are collecting annual upper payment limit data, which includes provider-specific information, and continue to review payment methodologies to determine compliance with statutory requirements. All Section 1115 demonstrations are available publicly and include specific terms and conditions that must be followed as a result of the demonstration. We've also identified and made publicly available the criteria we're using. As the healthcare delivery system moves towards more integrated care and away from fee-for-service, more states are using managed care to serve Medicaid beneficiaries. Recognizing these changes in GAO's work, we proposed improvements to Medicaid managed care, aligning it with Medicare Advantage and private coverage plans, supporting state delivery system reform, promoting the quality of care, strengthening program and fiscal integrity, incorporating best practices for managed long-term services and supports, and enhancing the beneficiary experience. A commitment to program integrity underpins all our work. CMS is moving away from a so-called pay-and-chase program integrity model towards one focused on prevention. Today, we are utilizing sophisticated predictive analytic technology, the fraud prevention system, to identify investigative leads to further protect the Medicare program from inappropriate billing practices. In the first 3 years of its implementation, the FPS identified and prevented $820 million in inappropriate payments, and in calendar year 2014 alone, the FPS had a 10-to-1 return on investment. At the direction of Congress, CMS is using risk-based screening of providers and suppliers to enhance our ability to screen providers upon enrollment and identify those that may be at heightened risk for committing fraud. These new tools have saved the Medicare program approximately $2.4 billion in avoided cost. We have deactivated billing privileges for more than 540,000 providers and suppliers that do not meet Medicare requirements, and revoked an additional 34,000 plus providers and suppliers since 2011. Perhaps most importantly, increased screening efforts have allowed CMS to deny over 7,000 applications in the last 12 months, preventing these providers and suppliers from ever submitting a claim. We are also increasing our site visits to Medicare-enrolled providers and suppliers. CMS is dedicated to promoting better care, protecting patient safety, reducing health care costs, and providing people access to the right care at the right time, when and where they need it. This includes continually strengthening and improving Medicare and Medicaid programs that provide vital services to millions of Americans. We look forward to working with both the GAO and this committee towards our mutual goals of providing value and quality to all the beneficiaries we serve and taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Conway, and thank each of you for your testimony. And I'm going to recognize this gentleman from Tennessee for a series of questions. But before I do that, I think it's important as we look at this particular issue on duplicative services and efficiencies to recognize really one of the greatest assets the federal government has, and that's its federal employees. And in doing that, it's very easy to start looking at the inefficiencies and the problems and undermine really our federal workforce. So I wanted to go on record to say a thank you to the 99.5% of the federal workforce that does an outstanding job each and every day. And sometimes we focus on that 0.5% and paint a very broad brush. And I don't want this hearing to do that as we really look at meaningful ways to make sure that we have a cost savings. And so with that, I would recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, my good friend, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you and Chairman Chaffetz for calling this hearing an annual hearing that I think is one of the most important hearings that we hold each year. Mr. Dodaro, I think the the work that your agency does is extremely important and valuable for us. I have several different questions. I won't have time to get into all of them, but we have background information from the staff that says that the Department of Defense now has weapons acquisition programs that total $1.3 trillion, spending over $100 billion annually on weapon system acquisition. I know you've put out several recommendations over the years, and especially in 2011, a report saying it was very inefficient, their weapons acquisition program, and there were duplications and so forth. Do you think that the Department of Defense has done enough in regard to your recommendations that you've made on that in the past, or could there be additional savings in that area?
I think they can definitely do more. We've appreciated what they've done. They've adopted some of the best practices recommendations that we've suggested. They've begun looking at things, but I'm concerned that some of the reforms haven't been implemented very consistently over time. I'll ask Mr. Francis, who's our expert in this area, to give you a more thorough answer. But there's more that could be done.
All right.
Morning, Mr. Duncan. Yes, I think one of the things that we've talked about is portfolio management, which is basically an approach for the Department to look at its weapon system portfolio as a whole, because one of the looming problems for defense is when you get beyond the next 5-year plan, there's much more demand for money for weapon systems than there's money available. And so the Department has to take a more holistic look across weapon systems to see what the best mix of investments are for them. And right now the Department has multiple processes that are fragmented for budgeting, requirements, and acquisitions, and the services all do their own thing. So we pretty much have a process that optimizes for individual weapon systems, but we need to look more across the board.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Week before last, I was on a trip with 3 senators and another member of the House, and we met with Admiral Harris, who is the head of the Pacific Command, and we were talking about the problems the Defense Department is facing in acquiring some of the more expensive weapons and things that they need, and we talked about how that the costs that have been shooting way up have been in the pay and benefits and so forth. And many top leaders have talked about that problem, how it's cutting into being able to buy the equipment that they want. And Admiral Harris said that he thought that we needed to have another BRAC. Mr. Tillotson, do you have any opinion on that? And also, Mr. Dodaro, what if you all looked into that?
Surely. It is the Department's position that another round of BRAC would be appropriate. Mr. Dodaro's findings about the use of lease space and underutilization of government space relates to making better use of the space that we have, and we certainly agree we should do that. But having said that, there's a large amount of space that is more industrial and involves a lot of bases that are at this point largely underutilized, and we do believe there's excess capacity that could be reviewed, so we would endorse another round of BRAC.
There's definitely excess property, and our work, though, focused on reviewing past BRAC rounds, have shown that the Department needs to make additional improvements in its methodology for estimating BRAC and savings and actually bringing those savings to realization. The initial estimates are far in excess of what DOD eventually achieves through the BRAC rounds due to continual changes in requirements and other things. So our opinion, if Congress decides to grant them their request for another round of BRAC, they really need to implement our recommendations so that Congress has assurance that there really, at the end of the day, will be the savings that should be achieved through any process in this nature. We have many outstanding recommendations that the Department has not yet implemented in this regard.
Another area before my time runs out, you mentioned potentially saving billions on Social Security disability payments. Will you tell us about what needs to be done in that area?
Yes. Right now, people can receive full disability benefits and unemployment benefits at the same time. Now, there's some if somebody's on disability, they can get permission to try to work, because obviously we want them to get back to work. But if they take a job and then they're eventually laid off from that position, they can collect both benefits, and we don't think that this is a prudent use of the Federal Government's money to get both full disability benefits and unemployment benefits at the same time. CBO's estimated, I believe, they could save about $1.3 billion over a few-year period if this change is made.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright, for 5 minutes.
I thank Chairman Meadows, and I also thank Chairman Chaffetz for calling this important hearing. Mr. Tillotson, one of the issues GAO included in this year's duplication report is DOD's storage of occupational and environmental surveillance data. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain what the term means, occupational and environmental surveillance data?
Surely. As the Department conducts its industrial activities, there's a requirement commensurate with both law and OSHA standard that we collect information on any conditions that may eventually cause us to have to go back and look at impacts on the workforce or impacts in the work environment.
And so this has an impact on active duty servicemen and women and also veterans. Am I correct in that?
That is correct.
All right. So DOD uses this information to track biological, chemical, and physical health hazards to our servicemen and our servicewomen, right?
That is correct.
All right. What benefit does DOD get from collecting that type of information?
So two benefits come out of it. First of all, we collect it if we link environmental issues with impacts on active duty or service members or even civilian workers, then it allows us to take corrective action to ensure that the condition does not continue. It also allows us to position ourselves to provide appropriate compensation should that condition actually emerge. And I think the Department is moving aggressively in the totality of its medical community to look at a better way to manage its medical information across both the active duty and civilian force. So this is an activity area that's got great attention in the Department with significant investment.
Well, I thank you for that. I think you just touched on it. The Department of Veterans Affairs also makes use of this type of environmental and health information to establish disability benefits for veterans. Am I correct in that?
That is correct.
So it's critical this kind of information be accurate and usable to help protect our active duty service members and our veterans, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dodaro, thank you for being here as well and all your good work. According to GAO, it's not clear that the quality of the data that's being collected is reliable. In a report issued in May 2015, GAO said, and I quote, "Some of the military services have developed their own guidance, resulting in inconsistent approaches and levels of effort, which has reduced DOD's ability to be confident that the data are sufficiently reliable." Have I read that correctly?
That's correct.
So does it concern you that DOD does not know if the data it is collecting is accurate?
Yes, it does.
Well, Mr. Tillotson, GAO recommended that in that 2015 report, the DOD establish clear policies and procedures for performing quality assurance reviews of the data collected. DOD responded to GAO that it would need additional resources to clarify its policies. Is DOD taking any actions to improve the quality of the data it is collecting?
Yes, we are in fact doing that. New policies are in fact in draft. They're due to be issued this year. And we did make the resources available to do this because we, like you, felt that this was an important undertaking to put in place. We've tied that into our broader issues of increasing standardization of medical practices across the Department. The establishment of the Defense Health Agency, the establishment of the Defense Health Program appropriation have all been value-added activities. This body, this Congress, has acted on those in prior years.
Well, thank you for that. But separate from the question of quality is how the information is processed and whether that's being done efficiently. According to the GAO report, OEHS data is stored in 2 different database systems. Mr. Dodaro, did GAO identify problems with the use of 2 separate systems?
going to ask Ms. Clowers, who's head of our healthcare team, to respond, please.
And yes, sir, we did. We found, as you mentioned, there was 2 different systems referred to as measles and doors in which the data is stored. So we found both potential for duplication of entry of the data, but importantly, that you couldn't get a comprehensive sense of all the issues that were being raised by the data with using
So
two different systems.
2 separate systems. Mr. Tillotson, why is DOD using 2 separate systems?
So this is part of the corrective actions we have underway in the broader medical community. Prior to establishment of the Defense Health Program, prior to more integration across the department, medical practices were run largely in the military departments.
Well, I want to jump in here.
we are
It's been more
trying
than
to
10 years
remedy
since
that.
GAO first highlighted the issue of problems with DOD's management of occupational health data. Mr. Tillotson, why is it taking so long to fix these problems?
I can't give you a satisfactory answer to that. I can tell you we are working on it, and we are looking to resolve the issue.
Well, look, we owe it to our service members, active duty men and women, and our veterans to collect this information accurately, to fix these problems, and I urge you to give it your every attention.
Thank you, Congressman. We will.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Micah, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing again. Some of the waste and inefficiency that the federal government is identified annually by GAO, and appreciate what you've done, Mr. Dondero, of bringing this to our attention. A couple of areas. First, some of DOD's waste. Now, you probably have one of the biggest hawks in Congress. I vote for everything. I voted for the omnibus because we cut DOD. But I sit in these hearings, and I'm the senior person now on the National Security Subcommittee in the panel. I've been on it since the beginning of time. And I see more and more waste. I see another report, Mr. Dondero, that DOD, in fact, its inventory of properties and assets is almost non-existent. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've been very concerned about the lack of good information with
they
regard
don't
to-
have a good inventory, even of their properties and their assets, and this report highlights it again. And that's a concern. We have billions of dollars worth of assets, both domestically and internationally, and we can't even account for it. So, again, I think this is troubling. Now, the other thing, too, is we work with some of the folks in the DOD committee, authorization committee. We did substantial acquisition reform, and you talk about procurement and acquisition. That's part of the problem, isn't it, sir? Is the procedures. They're cumbersome, they're outdated, they're bureaucratic, there's red tape, and sometimes you don't get the best buy for the taxpayers, right?
Well, that's a problem, but it's also a problem, as you point out, if you don't know what you have, what condition it's in,
okay,
and
those are
how
on
you're being
assets,
used
but
it.
acquiring new assets, it's just as bad. And one of the things that concerns me as we pass these reforms, now I know it takes a while to implement, and I met with some of the folks. I have one of the biggest acquisition activities in the assimilation and Army down in my district. I sit with the folks. We passed this stuff last year. Well, first, there's no Secretary of Army in place, or there hasn't been. Then there's no chief of staff. Then there's no one over the programs. You've got these vacancies, which is part of the problem. And I ask, have you implemented the acquisition reforms? No. It's no, sort of no, I get. Or are they in place? No. Or decisions are in somewhere in the chain of command. Maybe, Mr. Tillotson, you can tell us what happening there.
Certainly. So let me address kind of all 3 of your issues. On the inventory, I agree with Mr. Dodaro. The inventory is not as it should be. It is part of the broader audit status of the department, and in fact, Mr. Dodaro, I, and the OMB folks are meeting this afternoon to talk about progress on audit, which will include inventory. So it's an area we are aware of.
Inventory, we really can't even audit because we don't have
Correct.
it.
You have to have full existence and completeness
troubling.
to do that. So we agree. On the issue of acquisition reform, Mr. Kendall has moved out quickly with the new guidance to put some of those new procedures in place. I would respond a little bit to Mr. Dodaro's earlier remarks about strategic portfolio management. We agree, and in fact, over the last 3 years, the Deputy Secretary of Defense has led a strategic portfolio review on an annual basis. So not only are the reviews done within the military departments across their business space, but then it comes to a departmental level where the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and all the heads of the agencies do a strategic review of all the investments and investment plans so that, to your point, and to Mr. Dodaro's point, we can rationalize investments going forward.
We have a bill actually that deals with some property disposal and management. How many people in the audience own property? And raise your hand. Almost everybody, right? Okay. Would you have the federal government manage that property? Hell no. You'd be nuts. And we do that. And the biggest property owner is probably the biggest one is DOD. You can't get anyone to make a decision to dispose of property. I've been trying. We have 177,000 acres at NASA sitting there, and next to it 16,000 acres with the Air Force. I'm trying to get 400 acres of surplus property to transfer to do a commercial cargo center next to our port in Canaveral, not even in my district, 5,000 jobs it would create. And I've been working on it for 4 years. And the other thing, too, you got to do is you got to get some permanency to some of these military people. I'm now on my 3rd commander. They change them every 2 years. We need to get these guys at 3 years at least, maybe 4, some stability to the process. As dealing with incompetent people in the past, then I get someone competent, I got a second competent, but they're there and gone. How can you manage anything with the turnover that we have? So just a little frustration, Mr. Chairman, but it drives me batty. Oh, just one thing for the members. Did you see what the private sector did this past week in landing that booster rocket on the barge? You got to look at that and see what the private sector can do when we unleash the private sector. God forbid we should release them. We should give them a lease on doing things with private property and moving projects ahead. Thank you. Yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman from Florida. I know that excess properties has been something that has been a priority for the gentleman from Florida for a long time.
Chairman, incidentally, the bill that we're passing, I don't know if I said it, does not apply to DOD.
Right.
The one that everyone's been working on, and that's something we need to look at. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the witnesses. Dr. Conway, last year the United States spent over $1 trillion on Medicare and health-related expenditures. I think we can all agree that there are opportunities to increase efficiency and reduce waste in Medicare and Medicaid spending. I'm the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus Health Brain Trust, so this is something I'm very interested in and meet with a lot of people that are concerned with the future of Medicaid and Medicare. I want to start by clarifying what is covered by the term improper payments. Improper payments covers both overpayments and underpayments. Is that correct?
That is correct. So improper payments is both overpayments and underpayments.
Okay, and improper payments can include payments made to fraudulent claims, but it also can include legitimate claims that include mistakes. Is that right?
Yes, it can, a proportion is fraudulent claims, but the majority of improper payments are actually due to documentation or other errors in the submission of the claim that was for, on further review, often a legitimate medical service.
Okay. One area GAO identified for potential duplication is in healthcare coverage for people who are hovering around the poverty line and moving between Medicaid and the federally subsidized coverage provided through the Affordable Care Act exchanges. In the report GAO released today, it said that HHS concurred with GAO's recommendations and highlighted the actions the Department has already taken to ensure the accuracy of Medicaid eligibility determinations made through the exchanges. What steps has CMS taken to ensure the recipients of Medicaid or federal subsidies are not receiving duplicative coverage?
Yes, so we appreciate the GAO's work here. Let me describe briefly some of the steps that we've taken. One, the account transfer process. We have accounts transferring between Marketplace and Medicaid, working closely with our states and private health plans on a daily basis. We now review account transfers on a weekly basis. In terms of duplicative coverage, or either by Medicaid and Marketplace, and the most common reason for this, to give you a tangible example, somebody may have Marketplace, for example, coverage, lose their job, then qualify for Medicaid. We do what's called data matching with the states. We've been working closely with the states as they have a critical role here. We are doing periodic data matching now. So we continue to work through the set of issues, both testing systems with states and private health plans, both at the federal and state level, and through data matching and using data, reducing any people that may have coverage both in Marketplace and Medicaid at the same time.
Okay. Another area was how CMS verifies the eligibility of Medicare providers and suppliers, and they found without stronger controls and better verification, CMS may be making payments to providers without a legitimate address, whose licenses have expired or have been revoked, or in some cases who have actually died. One recommendation made was to upgrade the software.
Yes, thank you for that question. We are doing that. We agree with the recommendation. We're updating the software. We're doing 4 major actions in this area. 1, the software updates for data verification, for address verification and other verification modalities. 2, increased site visits so that we are visiting sites at an increased frequency. 3, more continuous monitoring of data and checking with postal data and other sources in terms of the enrollment process. So we are upgrading our systems and using data to address these program integrity issues.
Do you have enough people and the right people in place to carry this out?
Thank you for the question. Managing resources in the federal government, I've managed both in the private sector and the federal government, is incredibly challenging. We have, in total, approximately 6,000 CMS employees trying to manage a program of huge scope and complexity. I think whether it's program integrity or quality arenas or other policies or Marketplace, Medicaid, we have a staff, and I appreciate the comments earlier, that I think is mission-driven and wants to deliver on that mission. When you look at our employee viewpoint surveys, that comes across clearly. The other thing that comes across is a feeling that they don't always have the resources and the training and the ability to improve the system as much as they would want.
Okay. And just quickly, Mr. Dodaro, just any comments about what you've just heard or anything you want to add?
No, I'm very pleased that CMS has taken action on a number of our recommendations in these areas. There are still some outstanding recommendations, particularly as it relates to Medicaid. I'm very concerned that we've not had a good oversight over the managed care portion of Medicaid at the state level. CMS is in the process of instituting a process that will provide more audits of what's going on in the Medicare managed care portion of Medicaid at that level. I'm still concerned, though, that we have a disagreement with them about the definition of budget neutrality for demonstration projects. The ones that we've looked at, we don't believe have been budget neutral, and it's costing the federal government tens of billions of dollars in additional money. They've made their criteria more transparent, as Dr. Conway says, but we don't agree with the implementation of the criteria that we've seen in those areas. There's also many things that we've recommended that Congress could do to streamline spending in Medicare and the Medicaid program as well. So we're pleased. We've had ongoing dialogue with CMS. We plan to continue that and to press for full implementation of our outstanding recommendations.
Okay, thank you, and I yield back.
I think the gentlewoman, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the panel for being here, and Mr. Dodaro, thanks for the heavy lifting and sharp penciling and pinpointing that you continue to do. one man's opinion, an overlarge Federal government, but nonetheless. One area that I'm interested in is the unobligated balances that are out there, some staggering in nature, at least to my opinion. Is there any value to allowing agencies to hold excess appropriations to the next fiscal year? And I guess I would add quickly to that, at what point does it become a problem?
Yeah, I think, agencies need, and it depends on the program and activity, and so it's variable. They need to have a little bit of a potential buffer depending on the nature of the programs. But the ones we looked at, they had set criteria for what they thought they needed in additional to hold in appropriations. They were well above their own criteria, and that's why we called it excess. So the amount of unobligated balances that we had pointed out in those areas are ones that, in our view, should be deobligated or rescinded by the Congress.
How did in specifically, let me get to a specific one here in the State Department. One area I've been, in fact, dealing with back in the district. The consular and border security programs was $440 million over its target for unobligated balances in fiscal year 2014. How did that account end up almost $500 million over target?
Chris.
Well, sir, as Mr. Dodaro mentioned, is that very often these types of programs, the counselor service that you mentioned over at State Department Environment or Department of Energy was another, will have spending obligations or needs that will cross fiscal years. Our point to this is that they have had targets that they have put in place, the amount of money that they need to have each year to handle that type of flexibility or to understand that their spending will cross years. When this is way out of whack, as it was with counselor services, as it was with parts of the Department of Energy, they need to be able to roll that back, or at least they need to have greater transparency and understanding as to what money they actually need, how they're going to spend it, and then be publicly reporting on where they are on that.
Well, I guess my concern would be, if that be the case, and they set at 25%, yes, sir, why not fix the problem by next year just saying we're going to set at 40%? That doesn't seem to get in touch with the reality of trying to live within one's means and truthfully set those targets.
Well, setting it at they could flex, move it each year and say we're going from 25% to 40% or even down beyond that. What the goals that, and again, these are goals that they have set for themselves. These are based on historically what they think they need to carry over from year to year. And
they have to justify it?
That, well, yes, but not at the level that we think that there should be that level of transparency, and that's the whole point on this.
Yeah, one of the things we do every year, Congressman, is we scrub a lot of these accounts and provide the information to the appropriation committees. And in some cases, the appropriations committees will not approve additional money if there are large carryover balances. And so we keep an eye on these activities quite a bit, and the agencies have to justify it. But we try to flag these for the appropriators so that they can focus on whether or not to take action.
Have any Customs and Border Patrol officials been held accountable for, as I see here, 2012, 2013, 2014, right around 40% has been where they've ended up over target. Have any accountability thus far?
There typically isn't accountability at an individual level on this, or even an institutional level. What we're talking about is improving management processes that get a better transparency and better management over time, so that you don't. There will be fluctuations, sir. Is exactly what you're saying. And that's to be expected. But what we do want to see is that if you set your own targets, you ought to be able to pretty consistently hit those targets, and if not, have good explanations to the Congress and others as to why a particular year was an anomaly.
Well, another problem, and thank you for that answer, another problem that State, for instance, in their area of fraud prevention, they claim that they had that level of balance developed because fraud prevention activities, fees, could only be spent on anti-fraud activities. They didn't have enough fraud to spend it on. do they have that significant problem in not being able to use the funds at other portions of their budget or their processes?
Well, what we found, sir, is that, when we look at all agencies and across government, and state is no different than this, is that there are very often internal control weaknesses that are in place and opportunities for agencies to tighten up their anti-fraud activities. Certainly, we think if, within the parameters of the 25%, that's something that state or any other agency ought to be able to improve internal controls with that amount of resources.
Okay. I see my time has expired. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Michigan. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dalrymple, in your own written testimony, you state that the IRS is making steady progress on a vast majority of actions recommended by the GAO. However, in 2013, the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration recommended the Wage and Investment Division of the IRS assess the value of the information referral process. Why has the IRS not acted on this recommendation yet? Push your button, please.
Thank you. We have begun acting on the GAO recommendation. We literally have a team of folks from across our various organizations looking at the referral program. We intend within the 60 days from the date of the report to actually put together a timeline. Our intentions at this point in time are to limit the number of organizations that have referrals. In other words, we intend to bring the referral process down to one centralized activity, and our intention is to at some point in time in the very near future have an online opportunity for taxpayers to make referrals. So we're looking at all of the recommendations that have been made both by the GAO and the Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration, and I believe we're going to be quite responsive to the issues that have been raised.
Well, there's an old adage, trust is a series of promises kept. IRS is behind the 8 ball on that one. Can you explain why the IRS has failed to better coordinate and share information between programs?
Well, a lot of these programs grew up over time. So, for example,
Well, I know, but what ends up happening is that you should have a constant evaluation and a predication as an ongoing exercise, and we haven't seen that.
Well, in this particular instance, we had a series of referral programs that grew up in each individual operating division over a period of time. Now, should we have looked at that and addressed it earlier? Yeah, I think we should have. The fact is that my view of this is that the auditors were very helpful in terms of focusing our attention on this, and now that we've focused attention on it, we're taking action.
And so we can expect some results here shortly.
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Dodaro, as you may know, fraud within and throughout the VA is rampant. With regards to unemployment benefits, why doesn't the VA use IRS data to verify applicants' self-reported earnings?
I'm not sure. I don't know if we have. I'll have to give you an answer for the record for that.
I appreciate that. I'm going to go to a second one. What does the VA need to do to make sure that the process for determining unemployment eligibility is applied uniformly?
Do we have anybody here? Yeah. No, I'm sorry. On this one, on the VA one, I'm going to have to get back to you.
This is critical. Yeah, I love you guys, but the VA is a mess, an absolute disgusting mess, and we need some actions in regards to this. And it behooves us to have those ideas, the facts, so that Congress can address those.
We will get you the facts. I'll get you an answer today. But we agree in terms of the criticality of VA. I added them to our high-risk list last year in terms of health care that needs to be addressed.
And we'd also like to have some models that what they could follow, so that we're not reinventing the wheel for them. I think they need some parenting outright. I'm going to bring up another one, is the prevailing wage. I believe in a fair wage for a fair job that's fair to the taxpayers. But we've seen a huge rise in the number of businesses going out of business because of the Department of Labor in regards to the calculation of prevailing wage. This is a huge issue across the country. Do you see an equitable aspect of just recalculating this in a very transparent fashion?
Yeah, we haven't looked at that issue in a while, so I'd have to go back and take a look. We did a long time ago, but it's been a number of years since we've had the resources to be able to look at it again.
We would love you to, because, you know, I think from the standpoint is, as long as it's a transparent schedule, which has been the major complaint for particularly smaller business along the lines with, in my district, in my state, we've had a lot of subcontractors, small contractors put out of business in regards to working with the Department of Defense. And this would be something that I think that both sides could go along with, making sure that it's a transparent schedule, that it's a fair wage for a fair job, fair to the taxpayer.
We will take a look at that. I understand your concern.
I appreciate it. Thank you for what you do.
Sure.
I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Walker, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen and others, for being here today. I've got a couple questions. I would like to start with Mr. Dodaro. Why is the referral process being conducted by hand and through the mail? Isn't this an archaic, kind of out-of-date process? Can you speak to that for a minute?
Yes, it is archaic, and particularly given the volume of complaints, I think the one information referral office had 87,000 referrals one year. And so they're manually reading them, but then when they refer it to another part of IRS, they manually look at it again as well. So I'm very pleased, as Mr. Dalrymple indicated, they're going to an online electronic process, but this is outdated.
So, Mr. Dalrymple, you did talk about the plans to move that online. Can you give us a little more specificity on what that looks like in a timeline?
Well, we're just in the planning stages right now, so I really can't give you any more specificity about exactly what it's going to look like. We have to, you know, engineer that process, et cetera. But it's pretty clear to us that our process isn't working for either the taxpayers or for us at this point in time. So we're going to make some major changes to that program.
No, and I hear that sounds like you've got some great intentions there, but in your forecasting, is there any kind of timeline? I know you said you're talking about some plans. Can you be a little bit more specific?
We'll be responding to the GAO report in May, and at that point in time, we'll have a timeline together that will actually lay out what we're going to do and the timeline for getting it done.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that in May. Mr. Dodaro, how might greater coordination between the referral programs increase savings for the IRS and the American taxpayer? Can you talk about that for a minute?
Sure, sure. I mean, well, first of all, I think it will increase the timeliness. A lot of the information that it gets, you know, they need to react quickly in order to be able to move and investigate, evaluate the referral, whether it's legitimate or not, and apply resources properly. Secondly, it will enable them to get back to whoever made the lead if they identified themselves in a way that will encourage people to send additional information in there as well. As Mr. Dalrymple mentioned, the percentage of returns that IRS has been auditing on their own has been going down. So they're auditing less returns. So that makes the ability to get leads and referrals all that more important and put it at a greater premium. So this will enable them to move more quickly. It will enable them to ferret out which ones they should spend time on and dedicate time on. So I believe this has high potential.
It sounds like it's very encouraging to hear. I know the GAO has identified a lack of leadership within many levels of the IRS referral programs. What are we doing to improve this failure of leadership over programs that have the potential to reduce the tax gap? Can you speak to that?
Sure. I'll ask Mr. Mim take a talk.
Well, thank you, sir, for the question. Is that, as Mr. Dalrymple noted in his conversation with on an earlier question, is that the problem with the referral programs is they grew up over time on a singular basis. And so one division within or business unit within IRS would have a referral program versus another one would have a referral program. And so they were viewed as referral programs rather than an integrated set of initiatives that are underway. Very similar to what local governments do when they have a 311 number where you don't have to know what your problem is when you call. There's no wrong door. That's what needs to happen with the referral referral program. We shouldn't make someone that has an issue to be referred understand and have to navigate the various processes and programs that are existing within IRS. And I know from Mr. Dalrymple and his colleagues that that is something that they're committed to.
Okay. I've got one more question. It's a little lengthy, so stay with me here. When whistleblowers contact the IRS, they are potentially taking considerable risk. I think we would agree with that part. Despite this, the IRS takes years to process claims with poor communications that goes back to these whistleblowers. Why are we not taking steps to evaluate the effectiveness of the whistleblower pilot program and other steps to improve communication with these people that come forward?
Yeah, we've looked at the whistleblower program and made a number of recommendations. They need to more timely get back. IRS has the pilot program underway. They need to evaluate whether or not that's going to be successful and meet the needs of the people who are providing the information. But communication here is really important. The other thing that we point out in our evaluation is there are monetary awards for whistleblowers, and so far the IRS has only issued about 31 specific monetary awards. So they have to look at whether or not they're providing enough incentives for people, both in communication and into awards.
Thank you, Mr. Dodaro. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Russell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all of our witnesses that are here today. We do appreciate what you do. I'm a big fan of our government accountants and also our inspectors general and others that help us ferret out waste and have responsible government. Mr. Dodaro, the GAO found that the Commerce Department's new innovative technologies in manufacturing, or ITM, loan guarantee program was essentially performing the same function as 4 other federal loan guarantee programs. The program was set up, as you, I'm sure, are aware, as a result of the 2010 reauthorization of the America Competes Act, and Congress specifically directed Commerce to avoid duplication. Given the pre-existing programs, was it inevitable that ITM would overlap with existing loan programs, or was there more that Commerce could have done to avoid the now duplicate existing programs?
We think there's more that could be done, and we've made a recommendation to Commerce to work with SBA and National Institutes of Standards and Technologies. I think what Congress was trying to do here was to deal with a niche. There may be some gaps in the capital markets for innovation for this particular purpose. And it's going to be very difficult, though, I think, to find what that niche is going to be and to avoid duplication with the other programs. I think that Congress was also, quite frankly, frustrated with the SBA's lack of timeliness in meeting these needs. And so we've recommended that Commerce work with them to identify what these capital needs are. I'm pleased that they haven't made any loan guarantees yet until they can find out and make sure they're not duplicating. So we're going to stay on this. We have a regular requirement to review it.
Well, the report also shows that ITM's program is copying the forms and application process used by the Small Business Administration for its own loan program. How does this contribute to duplication in the issuance of loans?
Well, it's going to duplicate it. Unless they follow our recommendation and find the right niche to focus on, inevitably it will result in duplication, in my opinion.
The GAO also recommended in the report that the Commerce Department create targeted marketing materials in coordination with the National Institute for Standards and Technology so that the program offers guarantees to manufacturers who do not currently have access to federal loan guarantees. If NIST has the best overall idea of which borrowers would benefit most from the program, would you recommend, or the GAO, that the loan guarantee program simply be consolidated under NIST? Or would one of the other agencies with the pre-existing program? And if not, why not?
I think that's a possibility that has to be identified once Commerce does their homework and that there's a proper plan. I think at that point, somebody ought to reassess. Now, I also would note, my understanding is Commerce has talked to other federal departments and agencies about carrying out the program, and so far there have been no takers in that regard. So I think that, I'll be very interested to see what Commerce does with our recommendation, and once it has the marketing materials and once it's identified potential capital, gaps in the capital markets, whether or not it could be done by another existing program or whether we really need another program.
Thank you
I think
for
the
that.
jury's out on that.
I appreciate that, and Mr. Chairman, being a true conservative, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mr. Dodaro. I really appreciate the work you guys do. I hate to say it, but I enjoy reading your reports. That probably speaks volumes about my personality, but I do want to go back to this issue of unobligated balances. And I know that you may or may not be in a position to make a judgment on whether or not this is sound fiscal policy, but I don't think we could make the case that it is absolutely necessary to hold almost $900 billion in unobligated balances. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, my point here then is that we're in a debate over our budget in which we're being asked to increase spending by $30 billion. If we were to reduce the unobligated balances by approximately 3.5%, that would more than cover the increase in spending. Does it not make sense to do that, particularly in the context of if we're holding money in unobligated balances and then having to borrow money to fund other agencies, isn't there an interest cost incurred in addition to the additional spending?
Well, it's definitely not, it's not an efficient way to operate. I would say, though, that I don't believe it would be probably prudent to do an across-the-board kind of reduction there. I think you have to look at targeted areas and agencies, and that's why we focused on specific areas. We do that every year for the Congress, because in some cases it may make sense to have that, in other cases not, but in no case should it be in excess of what the needs are.
Right. And I just use that as a generalization, not in specific. I think you would have to look at each agency individually. But the point is it's not sound fiscal management.
That is correct. That's why we focus on it.
Mr. Dalrymple, I want to direct some questions to you about the tax gap. And the Inspector General for the Tax Administration, the Treasury Inspector General, issued a report, and in his report he said that there needs to be more timely and more accurate estimates of the tax gap. Currently, the IRS reports this about every 5 years. Has the IRS acted on the Inspector General's recommendations?
We intend to have the new tax gap report out later this month, as a matter of fact, so we're acting on it as we speak.
Can you tell me how much the IRS collected? What was the revenue total collected for 2015 fiscal year? It's over $3 trillion, wasn't it?
It was over $3 trillion, yes.
Based on a report from the Urban Institute and the Brookings Institution over the past 30 years, the tax gap has ranged from 16 to 20%. Let's just say it's 16%. And if $3 trillion came into the IRS last year, that means 16%. That's 84% of what should have been collected. Now, I won't get into the math, but I'll just give you an idea. That means that somewhere in the range of $500 to $550 billion went uncollected. What is the IRS doing to collect the taxes that are owed it?
Well, we have a number of initiatives. I mean, the tax gap itself, one of the things that needs to be completely understood about the tax gap is that it's made up of a lot of different monies owed. And if we were going to go after every sort of last cent of the tax gap, it would be an incredibly intrusive process.
Well, let me suggest this. 84% of it is underreporting, 10% is underpayment, 6% is just flat non-filing. And the point I'm trying to make here, and this may not be the proper forum to do it, but even when you do collect some of the of the taxes, you still have a net gap of somewhere between $380 and $400 billion. Yes. And I'm on the Budget Committee. And this is one of these things that makes me want to pull my hair out, and at my age, I don't need to be doing that. We do everything in a 10-year window, and if it's $380 billion a year, that's $3.8 trillion in our 10-year window. That's right. Okay? And then we've got improper payments that another one of your reports I read, Mr. Dordero, $124.7 billion in 2014. If that's the average, that's $1.25 trillion over that 10-year window, and we're looking at a $19 trillion debt, and we just identified $5 trillion. Okay? It seems to me that it begs for a flat tax or a consumption tax, some way of collecting every dime that's owed the government. So I just want to see if the IRS can be more diligent in making sure that we collect the revenue that's owed us, because we've got some serious fiscal issues facing the country. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I think the gentleman, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Hurd, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for saving the best to second last. Mr. Dordero, it's always a pleasure to see you, sir, and I want to shift gears a little bit, talking about Internet availability on tribal lands. The GAO report on tribal Internet access noted a lack of coordination between the FCC and USDA in their efforts to increase Internet access on tribal lands. What risks of duplication or inefficiency are presented by this lack of coordination?
Yes, Mr. Hurd, who led that work, to respond.
Yes, thanks for the question. One of the challenges we saw there was that they were not doing coordinated training, and one of the challenges for the tribal groups is, one, getting to that training, but also just having the administrative staff to take advantage of some of those programs.
Have the agencies made any progress on increasing their coordination?
We did the report last year. We'll be following up with them this year. They concurred with the recommendation, so hopefully they're taking some steps forward.
Is this lack of coordination creating a risk that FCC and USDA is going to offer conflicting advice to folks seeking to increase the access on their lands?
I think it's possible, yes.
I'm curious as you continue with this, so please keep us informed on that.
We will. Thank you.
Mr. Dordero, to you and your team, commercial satellite communications procurement, something I'm interested in, and Mr. Tillerson, we'll get to you on some questions on this. And Mr. Dordero, first for you or whoever on your team, how has DoD commercial satellite procurement strategy changed over the past decade?
They've become more reliant on purchasing commercial satellite services.
Was DoD procurement policy willfully ignored, in your opinion?
Well, it definitely wasn't followed. I'll leave it at that.
And has DoD, or was DoD procurement policy effectively communicated to the various components?
I'll ask Mr. Francis to respond to that, who led the work.
Mr. Hurd, my understanding is it was effectively communicated. There's a couple of things that get in the way. The two agencies that enforce the procurement policy for SATCOM is the Defense Intelligence Security Agency, DISA, and the U.S. Strategic Command. While they have authority, they don't necessarily have enforcement powers, so there's some weaknesses there. And then the funding for satellite communications actually is done through the supplemental budget. So the incentives aren't as strong to be upfront about that. And then when agencies or components go around the normal procurement regulations, it's for reasons of exigency, and so it becomes harder to enforce.
Mr. Tillerson, why has DoD ignored several recommendations over the past decade for more strategic commercial satellite procurement strategy?
Sorry, forgot to hit my button. So I would not agree that we've ignored the policy. In fact, let me just start with a couple facts and figures. Since 2011, we've actually reduced expenditures on commercial satellite usage by $571 million. Right now, DISA, the Defense Information Services Agency, manages about 90% of commercial satellite communications. I think at the time the criticism was rendered or the findings were rendered, there were certainly issues in how coherent that policy should have been implemented. Since that time, the Department has put more energy and effort into this. GAO correctly identifies that there are two agencies involved. One is the Defense Information Services Agency, DISA, who does largely kind of the commercial backbone kind of work. And then there's the Strategic Command and the associated military department space agencies that do the military satellite communications. The Department has established a Defense Space Council so that we can look at—
Have all those entities been educated on what DoD procurement policy is?
Yes.
So then why have some components independently procured satellite communications as opposed to following the Department policy?
So with the establishment of the Defense Space Council, in some cases we've deliberately allowed some of those contracts to continue because it's cheaper to continue the contract than simply to reissue the contract. Again, I'll go back and point out we've actually reduced commercial satellite communications use by $571 million since 2011.
In my remaining 15 seconds, Mr. Dodaro, DHS, and their human resources, IT investment, what's the best next action there?
I think that this is a classic case for good congressional oversight to find out exactly what their current plan is. This, to me, was a classic case of mismanagement of this effort over a number of years. There are 422 different systems over there. There was lack of attention by management. They've supposedly now focused more on it and coming up with validating the business case again in the model. But I think congressional oversight would be very appropriate and prudent at this point to make sure that they right the ship here.
Well, Mr. Dodaro, I do know someone that sits on Oversight and Government Reform and Homeland Security Committee, so I'll make sure he follows up on it. Mr. Chairman,
I thank the gentleman for his personal interest on that particular topic, and the Chair recognized the gentleman from California, Mr. Desané, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to Mr. Dorado, just thank you for your good work. It's always interesting and thrilling to be here in this committee and see a government agency doing so well. Not that a lot of government agencies don't do well. I wanted to ask you a couple questions just about and it sort of segues from the last comment about oversight, but the comparison between the executive branch implementing your recommendations and how you measure that versus us in Congress. And I'm told this isn't really a partisan issue. It just happens between the administration and Congress, irrespective of who holds control over those levels of power. So, for instance, the GAO has made 459 recommendations of the executive branch, and 372 have now been fully or partially completed by your analysis. In contrast, the GAO has made 85 recommendations for Congress, but only 37 have been fully or partially completed. That's 46% as opposed to 81%. So over time, have you or your predecessors given friendly suggestions as to how we could be more successful, or is it just part of our role as a deliberative process that makes it difficult?
I give friendly suggestions all the time, as often as I can.
Well, hopefully they're received in that way.
And they are. But it's, you know, I pointed out in my opening statements, although the numbers, the percentages are different, where the big dollar savings have come from is through the Congress's actions. I also pointed out that Congress has encouraged and indeed directed, for example, in the Defense Authorization Bill, certain actions by DOD to implement our recommendations. So Congress has a little bit of a hand in the executive branch implementation as well. But I've got a long list of specific legislative recommendations for the Congress to act on that would save billions of dollars. And I can give examples now if you'd like. For example, in Medicare, the number of hospitals have moved to do what they call vertical integration, which is to have physician practices operate as affiliates of the hospital. So people can get certain services there the same as they could in a doctor's office. But right now, the hospital, if they go to one of these hospital-affiliated outpatient services, the government reimburses them much more than if you go to a physician office. We think it ought to be equalized. There are billions of dollars that could be saved there. There are certain cancer hospitals that were originally deemed special rate payment hospitals in 1980s when there weren't that many hospitals providing cancer services, that if their payment rates are equalized now to other hospitals for similar treatments, you could save $500 million right there. On the Medicare Advantage, there's an annual adjustment factor that's supposed to be made to compare it to fee-for-service. We don't think CMS is using the most up-to-date information to make that adjustment, and we think that they could, last time we looked at it, we thought it could be several $billion, at least $2 to $3 billion could be saved, perhaps on an annual basis going forward. We're recommending that the Congress take action to lower the requirement for electronic filing from 250 down to about 5 for employers. This will help IRS have better ability to match and prevent identity theft, refund fraud, which last year by IRS estimates, the government lost about $3 billion, and it could be more in that area. So we've got also recommendations to the Congress where they could eliminate payments that are made by the disability program and where people can also collect unemployment insurance at the same time, so they're getting double benefits, and we don't think that that's prudent to be able to do that. There's also legislation.
Let me stop you there, because
Okay.
I get the sense you could go on long before, long beyond my 5 minutes.
It's a target-rich environment.
Right.
So all of those things, I think,
Yes,
could agree on all the members.
So in other words, there are no savings to be had.
Right. So is there a way, the way I read your report, it's sort of like when I was in local government, a civil grand jury, you know, how many of these recommendations have you actually implemented? So since that's our measurement, I just wonder, and this is just an open-ended question, perhaps you could respond to at your leisure to me or to the chair, is there a better measurement to get us to do what we need to do in a friendly manner? Because, for instance, you give us partial credit for passing a bill, even though it doesn't become effectuated and signed into law. So it just strikes me that these measurements, when you look at the executive branch, is pretty clear. Either they have or have not, or partially. With us, you get big advantage, as you say. So is there another way that we can measure that more clearly so we and the general public can understand it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll take a look at that.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Blum, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meadows, and I'd like to also thank the panel for being here today. We appreciate it very much. Mr. Dodaro, good to see you again, and I'd like to commend you on the work that you do and the work that the GAO does. It's very impressive. I'm a career businessman from the private sector, and I, for one, can appreciate what your department does. Many times unsung, many times reports probably not read, but I share Mr. Palmer's zest for reading your reports, and I think it's extremely important to the taxpayers in this country, the job that you do. So thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments.
I'd like to, as opposed to digging into the details today, if you and I could just go to the 60,000-foot level, I would appreciate that. I'd like to ask you a couple questions. I'm very interested, and I think my constituents are interested in your answers, and the taxpayers are as well. First question, has the federal government, in your estimation, your opinion, grown so large, so big, that it cannot effectively, that's the key word, be managed any longer? Because as a businessman, I see this time and time again, and I'm coming to the conclusion it's so large it can't be managed. What's your opinion of that?
There are definitely challenges in this regard. Some of the federal entities are very large entities. The Department of Defense, for example, IRS is a large agency, HHS is huge, all three agencies represented today. But in my view, that there are good management practices that could be taken and to effectively manage these departments and agencies, but there are not consistently applied management practices that should be made that are made, and as a result, you don't have as good of effective management as you should to be able to do this.
Great point, great point. What needs to change? What needs to happen so that we apply management practices to this huge bureaucracy that we have here? What needs to change, in your estimation?
Yeah, no.
That's a very good point you raise.
Yeah, no, and it's a fair question. I think part of the issue is there needs to be stronger congressional oversight over the process. You know, when you think about it, the executive branch agencies, and we're about ready to have this happen again, every change in administration, you take out your top 3,000 political appointees and put all new people in there in these agencies. There are vacancies that occur over time. You know, nobody in the private sector would take your top-tier management all at once and move them out.
Correct.
But that's part of our democracy, and it's part of what happens. But Congress has a role for continuity purposes, for confirming new people to lead these agencies. I think there has to be more attention by the executive branch on management capabilities and experiences of people who were put into these positions to manage them, that they have the right qualifications, they have the right experience, and that there needs to be proper oversight and stewardship by the Congress to ensure that they effectively carry out their responsibilities. And the President needs to pay attention to management issues as well as policy matters when they come into place. And so this whole notion of management often gets a second-class status compared to policy orientations, and that's a fundamental problem that plagues a lot of agencies.
We're going to spend nearly $4 trillion of our citizens' money this next 12 months. What percentage do you think is ineffectively spent or is wasted due to things like duplication of services, due to waste, fraud, abuse? Because Strong America Now estimates it's as high as 30% in the Federal Government. What's your estimation? Because you're here every day. You see it every day. You're in the belly of the beast, so to speak.
Yeah, right, right. It's hard to give you a good figure, but here's the way I look at it, all right? The way I look at it is we have the latest estimate of improper payments was $137 billion for 15. Since improper payments have been required to be reported by the Congress, it's over $1 trillion in improper payments. So you have a lot of money going out the door that perhaps shouldn't be going out the door. Most of that's overpayments, not underpayments. You have tax gap that we talked about briefly earlier, $385 billion in that tax gap, according to IRS's last estimate. I'm anxious to see what the new figure will be when it's released. That's a lot of money that should be coming in the door that's not coming in the door. And the duplication, tens of billions of dollars in additional money could be saved.
A billion here and there adds up, doesn't it?
Fast.
And my last question to you is, what do we need to do as a Congress, as a government, to help make GAO, which I think is outstanding, by the way, more effective?
Well, we need.
What can we do?
Well, we need your support to implement our recommendations. I do that number one. Most people in my position would say, give me more money, but I'd say implement our recommendations and work with us more. Congress is a great partner with us. We don't have any enforcement authority at the GAO. We can't compel people to implement our recommendations, but Congress can, and that's our enforcement approach.
My time is up, and once again, I'd like to commend you on the great job that your organization does. And I yield back the time I don't have, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 11th District of Virginia, my good friend, Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just picking up on your last point, my colleague from Iowa, Gene, I don't want you to miss the opportunity. Yes, of course, we ought to implement your recommendations. But every dollar we invest in GAO has what return on it?
$134 back for every dollar invested.
So to your point, I know it's not always a great idea on the conservative side of the aisle, but this one has a return on it. And so investing in GAO is a very smart investment.
And I join the gentleman in supporting his notion there that we need to invest more in GAO.
I thank the Chair. Hear that, Gene? Run with it. For God's sake, it's a special moment here. At any rate, and by the way, to Mr. Blum's questioning too, this committee in the past has done, I think, some very thoughtful hearings on both the issue of improper payments, the largest single chunk of which, identifiable chunk, is Medicare fraud. And the second is money left on the table that IRS could not collect, did not collect, but is owed. Those two categories would if we actually could bring it down and theoretically to zero, would be an enormous dent on the debt over 10 years. I mean, it would be in the trillions of dollars. And it's something we ought to take a look at as a Congress, because that's low-hanging fruit. I know it involves making the IRS more efficient and more effective, but it also has a return on it, and right now we need it. And thank you, Mr. Dodaro, for your thoughtful work again. I want to talk, Mr. Dalrymple, about identity theft, because identity theft, diversion of refunds, especially at IRS, has now become almost epidemic, has it not?
That's true.
That's true. And if I were to ask about identity theft at IRS, say, 8 or 10 years ago, it would have been a small part of your portfolio of concern, would it not?
It would have been.
And if you could speak into the mic so we can hear you.
It would have been primarily 10 years ago, unrelated to refund fraud.
Right. And today, best estimate, how many Americans are affected by refund fraud?
I don't have estimates on how many people at this point, but I can tell you that.
Well, number of returns then.
1.4 million returns in 15 equated to about $8.7 billion in refunds that were stopped.
And 10 years ago would have been negligible.
Negligible, yes.
So it's, and here's the other problem, is it not? It's virtually a cost-free crime. The chances of us identifying you for illegally diverting somebody's refund and prosecuting you and convicting you and even punishing you are pretty nil, are they not?
Well, we have prosecuted.
I didn't ask that question.
Prosecuted a lot of people, but
a lot.
2,000 folks, but it pales in comparison with the number of folks.
Right. Well, that's an improvement, but it's still a drop in the bucket. And again, I think Congress has to provide resources to beef up that effort and to help restore American confidence. I mean, here I am in a transaction with a federal agency, trusting, of course, that that transaction will be protected. And as a matter of fact, it's not going to be, or for a lot of Americans. Mr. Dodaro, to what extent is this problem IRS is experiencing a function of antiquated IT?
IT is definitely a solution to this issue. For one thing,
is it also part of the problem?
Well, there are benefits and risks associated with any information technology initiative, and the idea is to maximize your benefit, minimize your risk. Here, I would give Congress very good credit for acting on our recommendation. For example, we found there was one of the problems that they had was IRS did not have the W-2 information from employers until April, and so the crooks were filing early, and IRS didn't have the W-2 to match. Congress fixed that in the last year, and now IRS will be getting the W-2 information at the end of January. So let's put them in a better position to identify this area. We think also Congress ought to lower the threshold for electronic filing of employers from 250 to 5 to 10. They'll give more data. Now, the issue, though, is can IRS change its processes and systems to now take advantage of this electronic information that's available. And also, IRS needs to do a better job of authenticating people before they're using their systems in the approach. So there are ways and techniques to do this. So if managed properly, IT can be a big help here, even though it's causing the problem to occur.
Well, I hope at some point we have a chance to talk more in depth about this. But, and Mr. Chairman, we've talked about it collaboratively, but so much of the IT at IRS is legacy systems, antiquated systems, multiple systems, incompatible with each other, and often not suitable for encryption. No wonder we have a growing problem. Thank you very much.
I would note to the IRS that's code word for you need to come up with a plan to try to address it, because we're willing to work in a bipartisan way to help you address that problem. Okay.
We appreciate that.
All right. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for being here today. We appreciate your presence here. This is very important. Mr. Dorado, I want to start with you. I want to speak specifically on a project that is listed in your list of fragmentation and duplication, and that is the U.S. Embassy in Kabul. It's my understanding that the State Department did not have either a strategic facilities plan, nor did they follow their own cost containment and risk mitigation policies, I should say. Is that true? Is that the way you understand it?
I'm going to ask Mr. Herr, who led the project, to
I'm sorry,
respond.
your name?
Phil Herr. Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct, sir.
That is correct. So you're telling me that they didn't have a strategic facilities plan. They didn't follow their own cost containment and their own risk mitigation policies.
Right, that's what we reported last year to this committee.
So what does this say about the State Department? What does this say about their construction planning in general? Am I to take from this that it's not very good at all?
Well, I think in this case, the conditions on the ground in Kabul are really challenging. We think that this kind of a plan, a 2 to 5 year period that could be updated periodically, would really help orient folks that come and go. Many people are serving 1-year tours there, but to your point about Kabul, it does not look good there. We also have a large embassy construction program underway now.
So am I to understand that all these developments and how dangerous of a place it became while it was under construction, they didn't plan for that, and when they were planning, they didn't know that in advance?
Well, obviously they would have known something, but the idea of an overarching plan, that was not in place, which we think would have been very helpful to them.
Would you say that the State Department's failure to follow cost containment and to follow their own cost mitigation policies is a good stewardship of taxpayers' money whenever we're talking about a project of the magnitude of $2.17 billion?
No, I would not.
Mr. Dorado, or Mr. Hurd, in your May 2015 report on the construction of the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, that's the one you referenced earlier, yes, you stated that the State Department's failures to follow its cost containment and risk mitigation procedures likely contributed to the fact that the cost for the projects increased 27% and that the project will finish 3 years later than it was planned. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would I be correct in saying that when we're talking about a project of this magnitude and the State Department's not only not following their own policies on this, what are we to expect for smaller projects? I mean, we're talking about a $2.17 billion project. That's big, even by our standards.
Well, I agree.
So I can only take from that when we talk about smaller projects that they're not doing that either, and they're wasting money. Let me get to the point. I've belabored the point too long, and here's what's bothering me, okay? I have the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in my district, in Glencoe, Georgia, okay? Full disclosure. Here is the State Department needs to build a new training facility, or says they need to build a new training facility for embassy personnel. And I understand that. And listen, all of us understand what happened in Benghazi. We don't want it to ever happen again. We want to be as prepared as we can be. Initially in the report, comparing FLETC with where they're going to build it now at Fort Pickett, FLETC came in at $260-some-odd million. Fort Pickett came in at 965 whatever million dollars. Then they went back, and you even compared both sites. GAO did, as did the State Department. In 6 different factors, the site at FLETC came out on ahead in 4 of the 6. Only 1 favored Fort Pickett. Yet they went back and they said, okay, let's review it one more time. And then they came back and says, oh, no, it's not going to be $965 million to do it at Fort Pickett. It's only going to be $465 million. We got it down that much. Duh. I mean, come on. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. I mean, seriously. So what did they do? They decide, well, we're going to build it at Fort Pickett because that's where it needs to go. And here we are duplicating. You know, it's one thing for us to come here and talk about where we've wasted money in the past, but my problem is I can't let this go. It is with me. I've only been here for 15 months now, and I just can't let it go because I see us wasting money. Why are we doing? What can I do? Tell me. This is keeping me up at night. I want to sleep. Tell me what I can do.
Well, with regard, I mean, Congress has the power of the purse, and they need to use it when they don't believe that the agencies are taking appropriate actions. I mean, you have the authority to be able to, nobody can spend money without Congress's authority, and they can only spend it on what you tell them to spend it on.
I hope you can understand my frustration with this. This is very, very frustrating. And I guarantee you, I will bet you every penny I've got in my pocket that when it's finished at Fort Pickett, that it will be closer to $965 million than it will be to $465 million. You know that, I know that, and they know that. So you see why I'm frustrated? You see why the American people are frustrated?
I look at this across government every day, so I share your frustration.
Share with me. How can I get used to it? Because I got to get some sleep.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I need to know how I can get some sleep at night.
My advice to you, I've never gotten used to it, okay? You just have to work where you can to make improvements and make it better.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize.
I thank the gentleman, and the Chair recognizes the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Cummings, the gentleman from Maryland, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dodaro, the Defense Department has 79 major weapon system programs with a total estimated acquisition cost of over $1.4 trillion. In August of 2015, GAO released a report on DOD's process for buying weapon systems. That report said, and I quote, DOD and the military plan to acquire more weapons than they can afford given the anticipated levels of funding. Are you familiar with that report, Mr. Dodaro?
Yes, I'm familiar with it, and I have the author here with me.
Okay. And GAO also found that DOD makes decisions to invest in weapons on a piecemeal basis, with each individual service making its own decisions about spending. According to GAO, and if DOD managed its investments as a department-wide portfolio rather than using this piecemeal approach, it would ensure that these investments are, and I quote, strategy-driven, affordable, and balanced near and long-term needs, end of quote. But DOD is not doing that, are they?
Not to the extent we think they should.
And according to the Congressional Budget Office, DOD's projected costs for weapons and other major equipment is going to increase by 21% by 2019 to a whopping $541 billion. That's an enormous investment of taxpayer dollars. Do you believe the DOD could save money if it used a portfolio approach rather than the piecemeal approach it's currently using?
Yes, I'll ask Mr. Francis to explain why.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Cummings, we think they can save money. What you can do with portfolio management is look at what is the right mix of weapons for a given level of funding. If you don't do that to the extent that's possible, you end up optimizing for individual systems, and then you'll pay as much as you can to get those systems in. Now, the Department has taken some efforts, and I'm sure Mr. Tillotson will have some comments on that. But DOD does look at portfolios, but each organization looks at them differently, defines them differently, and they can't integrate the budgeting and acquisition and requirements processes. So you're right on the numbers. CBO estimates a bow wave out in the out years for procurement. If you look at the Navy is going to need about 32% more money to bring the programs in that it already has underway. And we have Joint Strike Fighter that's going to start hitting peak years of $15 billion a year. So there's real questions about how we're going to manage all of that. And what you don't want to do is do that system by system, because you'll give everything a haircut.
Well, Mr. Tillotson, I was surprised to see that DOD does not agree with most of GAO's recommendations. For example, according to the GAO, and I quote, DOD does not plan to designate the Deputy Secretary of Defense on an appropriate delegate responsibility for overseeing portfolio management, as we recommended in the quote. Why is DOD not planning to implement GAO's recommendation?
So the Department actually agrees with the GAO on the intent to move in the direction of strategic portfolio management and to do a better job of it. So in fact, we're not in disagreement with the direction GAO is suggesting. In fact, I would also state that over the last 3 years, the Deputy Secretary of Defense and the Vice Chairman have conducted strategic portfolio reviews across the families of weapon systems with this very outcome in mind that the GAO is suggesting of how do I make a more rational investment decision. I think the key here has been that the Department recognizes that the military departments tend to bring forward individual piece parts, and as a result, we needed to integrate this at a department-wide level. That's been taking place now consistently for the last, we've actually executed it the last 2 years. There is a third round in progress. That's something that Deputy Secretary Wark brought on board when he came and took the job. So we are moving in the direction the GAO suggests.
GAO also said, and I quote, DOD does not plan to require annual enterprise-level portfolio reviews that integrate key portfolio review elements from the requirements, acquisition, and budget processes as we recommended. And why not?
I think the disagreement is more over the specifics of how to do it than it is over the intent. We think that the requirements process needs to be scrubbed at a portfolio level. The actual management of programs is a management of programs issue. We don't want to make that the centerpiece of the decision, but then the actual decision of what resources do we apply against what programs is the place where the portfolio process comes back into being. So we're actually in agreement, again, with the intent of the GAO. I think the differences are in implementation.
All right, I see that my time has run out. Thank you.
The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dalrymple, how long have you been at the IRS?
Sorry. I've been at the IRS for a total of about 33 and a half years. I had a stint there, retired, and then I've come back.
2 tours. And what are your responsibilities exactly?
My responsibilities include all of the enforcement activities at the IRS, examination, collection, criminal investigation, all of the customer service activities, including telephone services, submission processing.
Do you deal with the tax-exempt division?
The tax-exempt division is part of...
In your 2 tours at the IRS, did you have any overlap with Ms. Lerner?
Actually, I think I overlapped with Ms. Lerner for about 3 months.
Just a short time, okay. And do you report directly to the Commissioner, or is there someone between, you report directly to the Commissioner? Okay. Now, my understanding of Mr. Dodaro's report, there's a $385 billion tax gap. Is that accurate? You agree with that, what they concluded?
We're going to put out a new tax gap report that actually...
You disagree?
Now on the end of the year, and that figure is going to be, will be adjusted based on the new information we have, but it's not going to change dramatically.
So he's
yeah.
Close?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Yes.
And then he has 112 recommendations, right? I understand there's 112 recommendations for Treasury to implement to help deal with that fact that we're not collecting $385 billion.
I'm not certain how many of the recommendations are exactly on point with the tax gap, but
overall recommendations that they recommend that Treasury and IRS implement.
Actually, I believe there's...
how many are there, Mr. Dodaro?
I believe the 112 figure is correct.
112, okay. And is it true, Mr. Dalrymple, that you've only implemented about 50? 70 remain you haven't dealt with them? Haven't implemented? Unimplemented?
We have unimplemented or partially addressed actions without question.
Mr. Dodaro, how many they put in place?
There's still about 63% that need to be implemented.
So less than half. They've implemented less than half to deal with this huge tax gap. Changing subject somewhat. So you're in charge of enforcement. Do you know anything, Mr. Dalrymple, about the Stingray technology?
I know about the. I know the technology exists. I know that we have employed it in certain circumstances.
How many times the IRS used this technology that mimics a cell phone tower, grabs up everyone in that particular area's cell phone data, and gives the IRS, the same IRS that targeted people, access to people in that geographic location? The IRS knows where they're at and their cell number and cell information. How many times has the IRS used that technology?
I'd have to come back with the exact number. I think it's about 37 times.
37 times. And in those 37 times, do you know if the IRS got a warrant to use that technology?
In every instance, we would have had some sort of court.
Not what I asked. Did you get a warrant, probable cause warrant?
Again, I'd have to come back to you on that.
Can you get that back to me?
Certainly.
Does the IRS have a non-disclosure with the FBI, not disclosing that it's actually used? So when you employed it and you supposedly grabbed somebody who's, not paid their taxes or wherever you're trying to get, did you disclose to them that you used Stingray technology to get them?
Would disclose it to the FBI?
No. Do you have an agreement with the FBI that says you will not disclose to the individual that you're using the technology to, I assume, get information from or maybe get that individual, not disclose to them or their counsel?
Again, I'd have to answer that for the record. I'm not certain.
That's okay. We'd appreciate that as well. And do you know if the IRS has received the Jones memo that the Justice Department put together outlining how you will deal with Stingray, how federal agencies will deal with Stingray technology as we move forward?
I'm not familiar with the Jones memorandum. Again, I'd have to get back to you on
Okay. So those four things. How many times you've used it? Did you get a warrant, probable cause warrant, not just something else or whatever that the IRS says that may be sufficient or based on what courts have said is not sufficient? Do you have a non-disclosure with the FBI, and have you received the Jones memo?
We'll get back to you on all four of those.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman, and I want to add one thing to that in terms of Stingray technology. Since you're answering the gentleman back, I would like to ask if you've ever bifurcated the information, i.e., if you didn't get a warrant, if you are following them into their personal household, and I'd like you to respond to that as well. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Luan Grisham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to kind of go off topic, and I apologize, kind of, except that I think that generally speaking, as Dr. Conway, as the Chief Medical Officer, and while I absolutely appreciate your discussion about ways to improve quality, and when we really do that, those investments, in fact, save money in the healthcare system. And I really want to talk about some issues that I'm sure you're aware, and if you aren't, this is a great place to make you aware, but I've talked about it in nearly every context that I can as a member of Congress, that given the situation in our state, our governor determined that all, 100% of our behavioral health providers were engaged in billing practices that rose to the level of a credible allegation of fraud, and so suspended payments to all 15. I disagree with that effort, but be that as it may, that's a decision that the executive makes and has full power to make that. Here's the issue for me, given that 3 years later, the companies that came in are largely now gone, that there is no behavioral health, and let me repeat that, there is no behavioral health infrastructure, that there was no continuity of care, there was no transition plan requirement, there's been no requirement by the federal government for there to be accurate, credible, I want to use that word on purpose, credible data from the state of New Mexico, which HHS and CMS have both agreed are completely missing in this design. We have the worst public health outcomes in the country, including the second highest overdose deaths, related by and large to a very fragile, very complex behavioral health population in the state of New Mexico. It would seem to me that as the Chief Medical Officer, one rule is we know that hospitalizations, overdose, incarcerations, acute institutional care is not the right investment for both cost savings or quality in terms of treating these patients. And I would guess that you probably are also very aware that when you've got a highly complex patient, say someone with schizophrenia, who's developed a relationship with a provider, who is now successfully on a medication management, which is very hard for many of these patients to achieve, and then that is completely taken away, and if you can get in, you see a different psychiatrist or psychologist every single time you try to get access. Wouldn't you agree that this would not be the kind of investment or sound practices that any state or any Medicaid environment should be engaged in?
Yeah, so Congresswoman, thanks for your question. And I am very aware of the issue and do agree that appropriate mental health and behavioral health treatment is critical to Medicaid beneficiaries. We, CMS, have been working with the state, as you said, since 2013 on this issue, and recently in March responded in a letter summarizing some of that work. We're currently working to improve their behavioral health workforce.
Can you talk about that a little? Because I should also mention to the committee and for the record that all 15 have been cleared by the Attorney General. It's taken us 3 years to get this administration to require the Human Services Department to repay these providers the millions of dollars that they are, but they're defunct. So what actual workforce investments are occurring in our state? Because I'm really aware of very little.
Yeah, so we are directly working with the state, assuring that the state is currently following CMS payment suspension toolkit guidance with respect to Medicaid.
But how does that get us a new workforce and behavioral health system up?
So on the Medicaid side, we're working directly with the state on access of care issues, on ensuring proper networks. We both, from the program integrity side, have put in place guidance and are working directly with the state on these issues moving forward. On the Medicaid side, as was alluded.
Given that 3 years has gone by, and I apologize for being so interrupting you, but this, as a physician, I was a cabinet secretary for health, this is untenable. Can you provide something to this committee in writing that would talk about ways in which, God forbid, this ever occurs in any other state, anywhere, ever again, what CMS ought to be doing to assure that you didn't spend the kind of acute care dollars? And in fact, Mr. Chairman, people lost their lives in my state and continue to do so. So I would appreciate that response in writing to this committee, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
I agree with the principle of quality and safety and access to care being paramount, and we will provide a response.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time. Thank you, sir.
I thank the gentlewoman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for
Sure. We'll do a follow-up on Mr. Jordan's questions there to Mr. Dalrymple. First of all, can you explain what that Stingray technology is a little bit for our listening audience?
As I understand it, it is technology that allows law enforcement to capture cell phone information.
Okay.
I mean, basically.
You said you didn't know if you were getting a warrant. You said you used it 37 times. Do you think you should be getting a warrant?
I'm not certain we didn't get a warrant, so.
Well, the question is, though, do you think you should have? I mean, if it turns out you didn't get a warrant, are you going to say that was an oversight, we screwed up? Or are you going to say we don't need a warrant? I mean, what is the attitude of the IRS on this thing?
I'm not certain, to be honest, what the requirements are for for use of this technology, whether it's required to have a warrant or not. So I'll respond to that question in full when we send the response back.
Okay, you said you've used it 37 times.
I said I think we've used it about 37 times, and I'd get back to the committee on exactly how many times it's been used.
Could be 36 or 38. Why did you use it?
I'm sorry?
Why did you use it?
Well, we use it in the course of a tax investigation.
Like, what sort of crisis was there that you kind of had to know where people are? I mean, I would think that'd be kind of a really major thing. Can you give me like a hypothetical or even real fact situation that caused you to feel you had to use this stuff?
Well, we use it in drug cases. We use it in counterterrorism work that we do. We use it across a broad spectrum of activities that we have responsibility for.
Those would be things that would be beyond just the IRS's purview, right? Terrorism and drugs.
It's things that we have responsibility for, but not exclusively, yes.
Like, how do you mean responsibility? Just that somebody's not reporting income?
I'm sorry?
How do you mean responsibility?
I mean, we do a lot of counterterrorism work around anti-money laundering, drug cases that we're involved in that affect tax administration. So, yeah, we have responsibilities there.
Are all the times you use it things for like terrorism-related or drug-related?
As I said earlier, I'd have to get back to the committee on exactly when we used it and how.
Okay. Well, we'll go on to Mr. Dodaro. Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about disability benefits, what you're doing on that sort of thing. I'd like to ask you, what do you do about overpayment on disability benefits, getting them back? Could you give us kind of an overview of what you're doing there?
Yes, we've issued a report on that. We feel that the Social Security Administration could do a much better job not only in preventing overpayments, but also they're concerned. They permanently waived repayment of about over $2 billion, I think, over a 10-year period of time. We think that they're not properly processing work requirements. When people start working, they're supposed to report that to Social Security, and then they're supposed to take action. But they weren't effectively processing the returns very quickly for the work requirements, because then they should take them off the disability rolls and cut off their payments.
I want to ask you a general question here on this disability. I, like I'm sure just about every congressman up here, gets constant complaints of people who are on disability who nobody can figure out why they're disabled. What are you doing about that, and what can you do about it? Could you comment on your position on that problem?
Yes, we do always have audits underway to look at the processes for the initial disability claims, what they're doing on continuing disability reviews. They're supposed to continue to evaluate these people. We've made lots of recommendations to improve the process over there. Some of them have been implemented. Some of them have not been implemented. Some require legislative action.
How often do you check somebody? If I'm on disability for a bad back today, how often am I going to be checked or see if it's all on the up and up?
It depends on, we've made recommendations that they target better criteria on that sort of thing. They're supposed to be reviewed on a regular basis. I can provide for the record what that schedule is, but there is a schedule. They're behind in meeting the schedule. They have backlogs of cases.
Okay, I'm out of time, but I'll talk to you later off the camera.
I thank the gentleman. The Chair recognizes himself for a series of questions. I want to thank all of you for your input today and the informative dialogue that we've had. Additionally, I would be remiss if I didn't thank our staff here. It certainly is just an unbelievable Herculean job that our staff does on a regular basis to not only prepare the members of Congress, but to really look in detail at the reports, Mr. Dodaro, that you provide, and so I want to just acknowledge them. Additionally, I'd like to recognize a previous colleague, Dr. Coburn. Obviously, this was part of his brain trust and the fact that we have duplicative services. So long past him leaving the upper chamber, we continue to see the fruits of his vision, and so I want to acknowledge that as well. Mr. Dodaro, I want to come to you and certainly thank you and your staff, and really for the other witnesses, just to let you know, if GAO ain't happy, I'm not happy, and I just put it very bluntly, we're reading what they have. And I think in a bipartisan way, we're willing to attack it. There may be some ideologically differing views on what we should attack first. But as much as I've tried to make GAO be a political instrument, they won't do that. They keep it in a nonpartisan. In fact, there are times when I want them to be outraged. And you get the calm, cool Gene Dodaro there going, well, we need to address this and address that. And I can't, I can't evoke emotion out of him. And so I would say that because it's of benefit I really believe to the three of you who are here today, because you've been asked to testify, because the implementation of those recommendations have really fallen short of where most of us believe that it should. And I say that in a kind way, but when you don't implement the majority, words like "we're making progress" really are like nails on a chalkboard to me, because what I want to do is see a matrix of what you're going to get done, when you're going to get it done, and so that's what I would ask you. Mr. Dodaro, one of the things that has been shared with me is about shared services. So we've had John come in a couple of times and talking about the benefits of potentially using shared services. We've had Ms. Colbert, Beth, come in and talk about some of the shared services that she is looking at. Now, there's some challenges in terms of, whose fault, if they don't provide, and who's ultimately responsible. But are you looking at that? Can you look at that further, and perhaps maybe not across our entire federal government, but in terms of some of those duplicative services, how we could save some money, where you have one agency using services that perhaps we don't have to create individual departments? I'll let you respond to that.
Yes. I mean, one classic good example of where there's been a lot of benefit, years ago there used to be a proliferation of payroll systems across federal government. So a lot of consolidations taking place there through shared services operations. Even we at the GAO, we use shared service providers.
Right.
So I don't, use them. So I think there's a lot of potential there. We've looked at it principally in the area of financial management services, because that's common in terms of payroll processing and other things. So that's an area I'd like, quite frankly, if we had additional resources, to do more in. But we haven't done a whole lot beyond the financial management area.
Well, if you would see if there's a couple of areas that we could address there more, I'm making that official request today. Perhaps we look in the IT area. There's certainly some IT services that might be able to be shared. I see some of our experts here from that particular field. But if you will look at it and get that back to the committee. Yes, sure.
Mr. Chaffetz, you sent a letter, the IRS sent a letter back to Mr. Chaffetz in November of last year. And at the bottom of page 2, top of page 3, at the end of the letter, it says, until July 2015, IRS had one cell site simulator, one Stingray, which was acquired in 2011. In July 2015, you began the process to procure an additional cell site simulator. Do you know if the IRS has actually received a second Stingray?
I'm not certain whether we have it or not. Again, I'll get back to you on that too. We'll come back.
But the process was started according to the letter.
Right.
You know that.
That part I do know. So
You don't know if you got the second one or not.
I'm not certain at this point whether
We need that information too. Mr. Dodaro, there's 112 recommendations that the GAO made to the IRS to deal with the tax gap. Were any of those recommendations for the IRS to procure another Stingray?
No, I have not heard of Stingray before this
So
hearing.
you gave 112 things, good ideas to do, to deal with a $385 billion tax gap, and they've implemented less than 50%, 37%, according to what you said, of the recommendations you gave them, and yet they're using Stingray technology and potentially purchasing a second unit to potentially infringe upon Americans' Fourth Amendment liberties. Mr. Dalrymple, that's why Mr. Grothman and I raised the questions we did. Why don't you start with the 112 recommendations Mr. Dodaro and his group did, the good work they did on how to deal with the fact we ain't collecting the money we're supposed to collect in light of the fact we got a $19 trillion debt and everything else, instead of buying Stingray technology and potentially infringing upon the liberties of tax-paying Americans.
I thank the gentleman. Reclaiming my time, let me, Dr. Conway, I saw you shaking your head yes when Gene Dodaro talked about the fact that we needed to make sure that hospitals and private physicians in terms of the amount of money that we are actually paying them back? I saw you shaking your head that I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it is not linear or fair. Is that correct?
There's in the President's budget is a recommendation around site-neutral payments, which would equalize payments for services across the hospital outpatient and physician setting. And as you know, Congress passed legislation starting in January.
So, Dr. Conway, can we get to this committee within the next 120 days a plan on how CMS plans to address that particular recommendation?
We will work to get back to you with that information, yes, sir.
All right. So in 120 days, we'll have some kind of response from you.
We will attempt to meet that time frame.
Okay, what time frame? What time frame would be reasonable, Dr. Conway? Okay, I see the person that actually doing the work who says you can make the 120 days. All right, that is great. All right, thank you. And my final question, then I'm going to recognize the ranking member for his closing remarks. Mr. Tillotson, let me share a concern that I have. We want to always give our fighting men and women the resources that they need. And yet what I heard today was a less than robust implementation of some of the GAO reports as it relates to your particular area. I also heard you saying, well, we're making progress and all of that. What I don't want to do is see that 40% of what you implement that really have no impact, substantial impact in terms of the bottom line get implemented year after year, and the 60% that actually would make very systemic changes continue to get rolled over. And that's what I'm seeing, that's what I'm reading, is that we're making limited progress as it relates to that. And what happens is it makes it very difficult on someone who is trying to make those appropriation decisions on giving you the tools that you need, and yet we hear about gross inefficiency. So it is incumbent upon you to help prioritize the recommendations that GAO is making on an annual basis and say, we're going to implement these have the most significant. Will you be able to report back to this committee within 120 days on the top recommendations for GAO that have yet to be implemented and how you're going to implement those?
Mr. Chairman, we'll report back. Thank you.
Within 120 days?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. With that, I'll recognize the ranking member for his closing remarks.
Mr. Dodaro, I'm just going to go back to Mr. Jordan's questions and talking about, I guess, not only recommendations that may have been made with regard to IRS, but to other agencies. But let's zero in on IRS. How much, I mean, do you take into consideration budget cuts, right?
Yes,
and the ability to get these things done?
Yes, yes. We make sure that our recommendations are going to be, cost-effective recommendations. Now, typically, when we make a recommendation, the agency has flexibility in how to implement it. We don't tell them, exactly how they need to implement the recommendation, so they have flexibility in order to do that. But we take that into account, and we believe our recommendations, if implemented, will be cost-effective. Now, some of them require perhaps a little bit of an upfront investment to implement the recommendations, but we believe that the benefits will exceed the cost of implementing our recommendations. When I report to you and the rest of the members of the Congress that our recommendations implemented last year resulted in financial benefits over $70 billion, that's net of cost. So that's a net figure. So that's what we track.
But we can do a lot better, can't we?
Yes.
Is DOD spending too big to count?
Well, they haven't been able to account for it. Let me put it that way. I mean, they're the only major federal agency that has not been able to pass the test of an independent audit. They have, just in the last year alone, they've scaled back the audit requirements. They don't prepare a full set of financial statements. It's only 1 year budget data. And they've been not able to get an opinion on 1 year budget data. So I'm concerned As Mr. Tillotson mentioned, I've been having meetings with DOD. In fact, we have another one this afternoon to focus on the areas where they need to make improvements. They're not fixing the underlying problems satisfactorily, and what they've promised me is that they were going to present a comprehensive corrective action plan for making the changes necessary to be able to do it. But right now, there's not proper accounting for the money that's being spent, and there's not proper oversight over the assets that DOD has, the property, plant and equipment issues that they have. And they're in need of significant improvement.
And of course, everything you just said just opens the door for all kinds of mischief, for lack of a stronger word.
Yeah, what we say is control problems.
Yeah, all right.
It's in an unemotional fashion.
All right. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
I thank the gentleman. Again, I want to thank each of you. Let me tell you why not only this hearing is important, but it sets a benchmark every year for us to look at. Whether it's a high water mark or a low water mark, we'll leave that up for debate for another day. But in doing that, we need to set that standard for each one of you. What I would encourage each of you, I would hope that next year, that it's not the same 3 agencies that are here that have yet to implement it. And let me tell you the reason why is because along with that, improper payments, of which we will have a hearing in the coming weeks, those improper payments go right across the same groups. When we look at improper payments, whether it's Medicaid, Medicare, or any of those, certainly it's HHS and CMS having a role in that. There's a headline today, or in the last few hours, actually, the IRS admits that it encourages illegal to steal Social Security numbers for taxes. Now, you can't control what's in the press, but here my point is that it's all about the earned income tax credit. And if there is something that is not allowing the IRS to go after those improper payments, because this is not the first hearing, I've been in 4 or 5 where we continue to have this problem. Enough is enough. It's time that we address that problem. And if there is something from a statute standpoint that doesn't allow you to share the Social Security numbers so that you can do the proper vetting that you need to do, let us know. We will work about that in a bipartisan way to address it. But I hope that this is the last hearing where we're not addressing that particular problem. From a DOD standpoint, there's too many stories out there in terms of what we're spending, and the fact that you can't pass an independent audit where you have the most responsible, hardest working people willing to put their lives on the line for the freedom of our country, and yet from an accounting standpoint we can't do it. It's time that we get our house in order, and so I encourage all of you to work with the GAO on implementing those. I thank you. If there's no other further business before the committee stands adjourned.
Everybody.
Test. Test.
Test. Testing. Testing.
Test 1, 2, check, check.
Mic check for the court reporter, sound check.
Test, test.
Sound check for the court reporter, mic test, 1, 2. Mic check for the court reporter, sound test, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Committee on Government Oversight and Reform. And we have this afternoon a joint subcommittee hearing. The subcommittees of Transportation and Public Assets, which I'm pleased to chair. And we have our ranking member, Ms. Duckworth. And then we also have the Government Operations Subcommittee, which is chaired by Mr. Meadows, and Mr. Conley is the ranking member. So I would like to call the meeting to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. I would also like to announce the order of business. We'll first hear from the chairs and ranking members, and then we will go to questions. First, I will introduce the witnesses and swear them in, and we welcome them today. In just a few minutes, we'll get to them. So that's the order of business for the joint subcommittee hearing today. And I also would like to note the presence of our colleagues. We have Congresswoman Comstock of Virginia. We may expect, I'm not sure if he's going to be here, but we would certainly welcome Congressman Steny Hoyer of Maryland, Congressman, is it Beyer? Okay, of Virginia, and Congressman Delaney of Maryland. I'm not sure if Congressman Delaney is here, but I'll ask unanimous consent that they also be allowed to participate, and without objection, so ordered. So while they're not members of the committee, we appreciate their participation. The order of business is we'll go through members of the subcommittee and our OGR committee, and then recognize those individuals. I plan to yield some of my opening statement time to Ms. Comstock, and we'll proceed in that order. So today, I would like to begin by making some remarks, some opening statements, and I'm pleased again to welcome everyone. This is not a new kids on the block hearing. This is actually a continuum of hearings that we've held. I had the opportunity to chair a Transportation Committee, and we looked at the problems with WMATA and Washington Metro during that tenure. On the 12th of January 2015, last year, we had a horrible incident and accident in which an individual lost their life in the Metro system. I called a hearing February 13th of 2015. That was our first OGR hearing to review what had taken place. We personally visited NTSB. We looked at the problem that was identified. We tried to find out what was going wrong at that point, what occurred, that what made that incident occur, and then seek remediation. We did a second hearing, I might remind members, of July 21st, 2015, and I'm very concerned that after talking with Mr. Hart, and we'll hear from him in a while, from NTSB, that some of his recommendations, he told me, were passed on from the fatal incident. In June, I'm not sure if they were taken care of. We had the latest incident. We had a shutdown of the system for, what, 29 hours, March 16th last month. I gave enough time for folks to prepare for this hearing. I wanted to do something immediate. We do have some new leadership at WMATA, and I wanted to make certain that everyone had time to prepare for this hearing, because we have a metro system in crisis in Washington, D.C., and we need to find out what has gone wrong, what steps have been taken to correct the problems. We need to look at the management restructuring, and we need to look at the financial structuring that is currently in place. There are few transit systems in the United States that receive the subsidization that Metro does in Washington. So we need to, again, hold people's feet accountable and see what's wrong, look at what's been done, and then look at solutions for the future. That's the purpose of this hearing. That's what we're going to do today. I yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Comstock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for yielding. And I would also like to thank him for this hearing and allowing us in the metropolitan Washington area to join. This is a vitally important issue to my district and to our entire region. And I appreciate our new director, our new manager, and I'd like to emphasize so everyone in the audience does understand that Mr. Wiedefeld is the new general manager of Metro. And we appreciate his work with us. I know when he first came and met with all of the Washington area of my colleagues, we all emphasize the cultural change, and I appreciate how much you are taking that to heart and really facing a lot of what you have called the hard truths of the system. We were together at an event yesterday in Loudoun County, and I want to say how much people did appreciate, again, you're talking about the many hard truths that we have on how we're going to have to deal with this in the long road ahead to regain that public trust, given we've had a drop-off in Metro ridership because of the lack of reliability and the increased concerns for safety. So I do appreciate the March report where you yourself have publicly called on Metro to accept these hard truths, and you noted that safety culture at Metro is not integrated with operations and is not well rooted at all levels. I know yesterday when you spoke, you talked about how you're already eliminating a lot of the silos, because what was happening with all the direct reports to you, when something went wrong, everyone looked to somebody else. So you really did highlight some of those problems well, and acknowledged that Metro is actually at this time doing less with more, to quote your statement. And in nearly 10 years, there have been no significant reductions in workforce, resulting in redundant positions among back office staff that will be abolished through attrition where possible. I think it's important to note that you have identified sort of in the need to modernize this, that the back office staff that we might not need now needs to be reallocated. If we need to have management changes there or labor changes, as you noted, that we would probably need to change this. We can't have these redundant positions that are unneeded soaking up the resources that we need to put on the front line, and I particularly appreciate that you're putting more safety resources into all the stations and as you're going through this process. The organizational span of control we know is too wide, as you noted in your in the meeting we had yesterday, and it's not mission-focused. So I appreciate particularly what you've been highlighting on the customer focus of Metro and the need to have a much more customer-focused workforce and to have that be certainly a top priority. I was able to go up to the ROC recently, the Rail Operations Control Center, and I know one of the biggest concerns that I had when I read articles like the Washingtonian back in December, which we've discussed, was the training process. And I noted that in the recent audit that they also identified the training as a key problem area. So any way we can be helping you as you go through that process of how we're going to revitalize and change that training so that we have the best people available so we get the most value for the money and resources we're putting in here. So again, I thank the chairman for allowing us to join you here today. Thank the general manager for his work, and particularly in recruiting the new safety officer that I understand, I guess you just announced later, I guess it was a little while after we met yesterday, the New York City's Transit's Patrick Lavin to now be our new chief safety officer. And of course, never has there been a time when he is more needed. So I appreciate the opportunity to be with my colleagues today and look forward to discussing this more.
Thank the gentlelady from Virginia. Recognize our ranking member, Ms. Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the United States, rail transit ranks among the safest modes of transportation. However, as our famed pilot Sully Sullenberger wisely warned, the commercial aviation industry, and I quote, "It's important not to define safety as the absence of accidents. When we've been through a very safe period, it's easy to think it's because we're doing everything right. But it may be that simply we are doing some things right, but not everything, and we simply can't relax. Unfortunately, a series of rail accidents in our nation's capital reminds us of Sully's statement and how it also applies to mass transit. Over the past 7 years, 9 passengers and 7 employees have been killed on the Washington Metro Rail system, and many more have been injured. Riders have lost confidence in Metro, and rebuilding trust will require far more than from WMATA than simply reminding passengers that driving is far more dangerous than riding. Of course, Congress must also hold itself accountable for creating a weak Federal Transit Administration. Compared to FTA's DOD counterpart, the Federal Railroad Administration, and especially the Federal Aviation Administration, FTA lacks the authority, resources, and experience necessary to make sure state safety oversight agencies effectively protect rail transit passengers and workers. I'm concerned that the entire rail transit sector may be out of step with the positive safety trends experiencing by other forms of transportation, such as by the global aviation industry. In aviation, we've managed to cut the rate of crashes and fatalities in half between 2000 and 2012. Moving forward, rail transit must learn from past experiences of other transportation industries. It's worth remembering the observation from Ms. Deborah Hersman, a former chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board, who, when describing aviation sector's evolution towards a more, quote, proactive approach to safety, grimly noted that in previous aviation eras, and I quote, "the lessons of accidents used to be written in blood, where you had to have an accident and you had to kill people to change procedures or policy or training." I fear that her morbid description of aviation's past safety culture sounds all too familiar when examining the challenges currently facing rail transit. Nearly a decade has passed since NTSB investigated the 2006 derailment of a Chicago Transit Authority train. NTSB's work produced a comprehensive of recommendations for CTA and FTA. According to the accident report, and I quote, "This accident offers many lessons to both CTA and to rail transit systems around the country that we have made a number of recommendations to address those issues." For example, they recommended that FTA inform all rail transit agencies of the CTA derailment and, among other things, make sure that all rail transit systems have the capability to communicate with passengers during an emergency and the ability to remove smoke from tunnels, and this was 10 years ago. NTSB also found that FTA oversight of the Regional Transportation Authority was, quote, "inadequate and failed to prompt actions needed to correct track safety deficiencies." Despite NTSB's clear findings and recommendations produced in 2006, it became tragically clear on January 12 of 2015 that neither FTA nor WMATA implemented reforms to Metro's procedures, policies, or trainings to prevent similar incidents a whole decade later. Metro could not communicate with passengers during the emergency. Worst of all, Metro's inability to remove smoke from the tunnel had deadly consequences. My constituents wonder why we even spend taxpayer dollars on NTSB investigations if the lessons are never learned, let alone acted on to prevent future accidents. Moving forward, there seems to be bipartisan recognition that FTA was set up to fail, and I'm pleased that MAP 21 strengthened FTA's authorities to enforce critical safety rules, and I thank the Chairman for his leadership with MAP 21. However, we cannot relax. We must examine what further enhancements must be made to FTA's statutory authorities and explore key issues such as whether FRA would be a more effective safety regulator for Metro. Clearly, there are many lessons FTA can learn, and FRA and FAA can teach those lessons. This committee should play an important role in helping reform spread across agencies and all levels of government. We must also never forget the bottom line. At the end of the day, the millions of Americans that rely on mass transit care very little about which federal agency is overseeing which state entity. Passengers simply want peace of mind that their local mass transit system will transport them safely to work and back home to their families. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses and about how we can achieve this goal. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the chair of the Government Operations Subcommittee, a gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your leadership on requesting this hearing, and thank each of you, many of you, for coming back another time to address an issue that is important. Obviously, the D.C. Metro system transports nearly 200 million riders annually, and these are not just only the hardworking citizens and federal employees of the district, but people from all across the country who come here to visit and look at and enjoy America's treasures and the monuments that are here. The Washington Metro was once the gold standard of public transit, but in recent years it's become synonymous with several other words: poor service, delays, and rampant safety concerns. And in many ways, this just adds to the unfortunate situation that WMATA riders find themselves today. This hearing focuses on the efforts that WMATA has sought to address some of the issues surrounding the safety and delays in general service, and to work towards making sure that our D.C. Metro system will once again deserve the moniker that it is indeed the best transit system in the country. You know, the Metro rail system recently celebrated its 40th anniversary, and while any system that has been in service for that length of time is bound to experience its fair share of maintenance problems, the WMATA Metro rail system seems to be plagued by dangerous and systemic problems. In the past few years, WMATA has experienced a large number of significant accidents and passenger safety events, and certainly we can all remember not too long ago in 2015 when one passenger was killed due to the electrical cable fire that sparked an arcing incident that obviously is still under investigation and still being dealt with. It resulted in a large amount of smoke-filled rail cars. I was surprised to find that that event was just not unique. It was unique in that we had a tragic loss of life, but in talking to some of my staff, I found that we've had smoke-filled cars and other potential problems, even more between that event and the one that obviously has brought us here to this additional hearing today. You know, following the 2015 incident with the NTSB undertook an investigation and issued an urgent safety recommendation that WMATA needed to address the related electrical cables to prevent further fire hazards. Just last month, an electrical cable at the McPherson Square Metro station experienced the same type of arcing incident that we had previously identified. The fact is that this same type of fire hazard is continuing to result in a major fire-related incidents, raises questions as to the effectiveness of WMATA's safety efforts and the agency's oversight of WMATA. In response, WMATA and the general manager, the new general manager, as my colleague pointed out, closed the Metro rail system for 29 hours to conduct an emergency safety inspection. And this emphasis on safety certainly is a step in the right direction for WMATA and to get back on track the nation's premier public transit system. It created unbelievable chaos within the city on that particular day. I think many people experienced unbelievable hours of traffic jams that they would not normally have experienced just because of that shutdown. Safety does come first, but it also shows the importance of this rail system to this city and the way that we do work. And so it is a must that we have to address this. Beyond the safety-related issues, WMATA seems to be besieged by miscommunication and backbiting that sometimes, you know, between the operational controls represented by the general manager's office and the policy controls represented by the WMATA board. You know, this issue was particularly visible, you know, in the aftermath of this McPherson incident, where there seemed to be a public disagreement between the board and the general manager as it relates to the action necessary to get WMATA back in a state of good repair. So I look forward to each one of your testimonies today, working with the witnesses to not only address the safety concerns that have really affected WMATA, but also to create a unified face for a system that we need to help restore the confidence and trust for those that that use the system each and every day. So I'd like to thank our witnesses for attending today's hearing, for taking the time to work with this committee to ensure that when WMATA celebrates its 50th anniversary, it can do so and that we can celebrate it as being the best transit system in America. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me first now recognize the ranking member of the Government Operations Subcommittee, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Conley.
If I could do a unanimous consent before my time starts, Mr. Chairman, I have a statement to be entered in the record. I ask unanimous consent on behalf of our colleague, Chris Van Hollen in Maryland, who's been a long-time supporter and sometime critic of Metro and been a great partner in the enterprise.
Without objection, so ordered.
I thank the Chair. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to revisit the safety and service challenges faced by the Washington Metro system. I've spent 21 years of my life working on Metro-related issues, first as a member of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, then as chairman, and now as a member in this body. No one's more disheartened than I with the current unacceptable state of affairs. In the wake of the January 2015 tragedy at L'Enfant Plaza, we held 2 hearings in which I said Metro was facing multiple crises: a crisis in leadership, a crisis in safety, a crisis in commuter and stakeholder confidence, and a crisis in funding. Let me start with the most significant improvement, which is the November hiring of General Manager Paul Wiedefeld. His hiring was long overdue, as Metro went 10 solid months without a permanent general manager. I think most observers agree he is proving to be the right leader at the right time to help get Metro back on the right track. I rode the Orange Line with Mr. Wiedefeld through Northern Virginia in January, so he could hear firsthand from riders about their safety and reliability concerns. And because the gods were on our side that day, we encountered 2 cracked rails in the process, leading to many delays. Mr. Wiedefeld recently issued a customer accountability report, which he lays out the hard truths about safety, reliability, and basic customer service, coupled with more than 50 actions he and the agency will begin to take to address those. Of course, that's in addition to the urgent safety recommendations made by the NTSB as part of its ongoing investigation into the L'Enfant Plaza tragedy. In addition, the FTA, which conducted its own safety management inspection, now has assumed safety oversight for Metro, has 91 of its own corrective actions. I know the new general manager agrees that safety ought to be priority number 1. Since our last hearing, 2 additional incidents have rattled riders and further eroded confidence. First, a train derailed in early morning hours of August 6 on the orange, blue, silver lines between Federal Triangle and Smithsonian. The train, which was not carrying passengers yet, derailed due to a defect in the rail line, a wide gap previously detected but misreported and unfixed. Then Metro suffered a gut punch on March 14th with another electrical arcing incident, this time in the orange, blue, silver lines at McPherson Square. Thankfully, the incident also occurred before the system opened, but it was a disturbing safety shortfall that should have been identified and fixed immediately following the tragedy at L'Enfant Plaza. It would seem Mr. Wiedefeld shared that assessment, prompting him to take the extraordinary and unprecedented step of closing the entire Metro system for 24 hours in order to allow for emergency inspection of all such cables. Though it created a significant challenge for the region's commuters and Federal government, which encouraged employees to use unscheduled leave and telework for the day, I support the general manager's decision on that one-day closure, although I caution against prolonged closures in the future. It served as an overdue shot across the bow to the entire workforce at Metro that a culture of mediocrity is no longer acceptable. What's been particularly frustrating with each of the safety investigations is the revelation that Metro does, in fact, appear to have good policies and procedures in place. They're just not followed. They're not implemented, something I know Mr. Wiedefeld aims to rectify. In addition, shuttering the system serves as a welcome message to riders, if you can call it that, welcome that is, that somebody is finally taking their safety and reliability concerns seriously and demanding accountability within the system. As part of his internal assessment of Metro, I've encouraged Mr. Wiedefeld to make significant personnel changes, and I'm pleased by yesterday's announcement about the hiring of a new Chief Safety Officer. Further, those responsible for allowing these issues to language should step down or be removed. Given all of this, it should be no surprise that Metro ridership has declined by 6% and 12% on weekends. In response, Metro hired a consultant to conduct a top-to-bottom review of its operations. McKinsey & Company report offers a blueprint for both strategic short-term fixes that could be applied immediately along with more long-term recommendations. My time is running out, Mr. Chairman, in this opening statement, but I know we will discuss financing as part of this hearing, and I will hold off on that part of my statement until we get to that round. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman, and members will have 5 legislative days for anyone who wishes to submit a written statement in agreement with the minority that is so ordered. We now are pleased to turn to our panel of witnesses, and again, I want to welcome you. Let me first introduce the Honorable Jack Evans, Chairman of the Board of Washington Metro Transit Authority. Mr. Evans. We have Mr. Paul Wiedefeld. He is the new General Manager of the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. Welcome, sir. We've got the Honorable Chris Hart. He's Chairman of NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board. And we have Ms. Carolyn Flowers, Senior Advisor at the Federal Transit Administration. And I guess you're new to that position, but we also have accompanying you Mr. Matthew, is it Welbys? And he is Executive Director of Federal Transit Administration. And we may call on you because of your expertise. So I'd like to welcome all of our witnesses. The order of business is such that we allow you about 5 minutes. Some of you have been here before, some of you haven't. We'd like you to summarize your testimony, hopefully in that time. If you'd like additional information or statements or data to be submitted, just ask through the chair or a member, and we'll be glad to do that. Now, this is an Investigations and Oversight Committee of Congress, so we do swear in all of our witnesses, so I'd like you to stand, if you would, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this Committee of Congress is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that all of the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Again, I want to welcome our Chair of WMATA, Mr. Evans, and we'll recognize you first. I think you're on.
Get into the mic.
The mic.
You'll hit the red.
Make sure it's on.
Hit the red button there.
All right, there we go.
And up.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. My name is Jack Evans, and I'm Chairman of the Board of the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, better known as Metro. And I also, for the last 25 years, have represented Ward 2 on the Council of the District of Columbia. And I want to thank you and appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on what is the most critical issue facing our region. And first, Chairman Mica, I want to acknowledge your enormous commitment and leadership in the transportation field throughout this country. And Chairman Meadows, on behalf of the residents of the District of Columbia, I want to thank you for coming to the State of the Union speech by our mayor, State of the District speech. And we appreciate your support of the district. And our ranking member Duckworth, as a graduate of the Elliott School of International Affairs at the George Washington University, where I know you're very familiar with the District of Columbia. And certainly last, ranking member Conley, I want to thank you for your constant support and advocacy for Metro. And I want to thank all of you, and certainly I want to recognize and thank my Congresswoman, Eleanor Holmes Norton, who has done a fabulous job representing our region here. I want to give you a little background so you know where I'm coming from here. I moved to Washington, D.C. as a summer intern in 1976, had an opportunity to ride Metro when it first opened, and you've heard my comment before. It was a shining, new Metro system reminding us all of the Jetsons. Remember the TV show, George Jetson, and there it was. I moved here in 1978 permanently, rode Metro throughout the 80s and 90s. In 1993, joined the board of Metro and served on the board from 1993 to 1999, twice as chair of the board. When I left Metro in 1999, the end of 1999, it was a shining example of regional cooperation, and as has been mentioned, was the envy of transit systems throughout the country. I rejoined the board in January of last year, and I was outraged, and I want you to know this, at what I had found. 15 years after I left this system, the finances were in chaos, and the operations were just behind it. What happened? How did we get here? First, we have to realize something. I want everybody to recognize this. Metro is all of us. It's not just Paul and I. Metro is everyone in this room, and we have to take responsibility for this system and get it fixed. Because we talked about who rides Metro. Well, 200 million people ride Metro a year. District, Virginia, Maryland residents. 22 million people visit this region every year. And 35% of our riders are federal workers. 50% of the federal workforce rides Metro. That's all of you. It's all of us. And it's an important thing to remember for later in my comments. So what are we dealing here? We're dealing with operations, and Paul's going to talk about that. He's going to talk about how we got to where we are and what we're going to do to fix it. But I can say one thing. We have years of neglected maintenance, and the idea of fixing this by working 3 hours at night and on the weekends is not working. We need a better plan. Now, the finances. Even if this system were operating like a clock, it will never survive under the financial structure that we have in place right now. Quickly, we get our money from two areas, $1.8 billion budget, $900 million from the fare box, $900 million from the region, okay? Right now, what I'm dealing with, I have a $2.5 billion, let me repeat that, $2.5 billion unfunded pension liability problem. Next year's budget, starting out of the box, we're $100 million short, because we balanced this year's budget with $100 million of one-time money. Add on to that, increasing costs, we're $150 million short right out of the box. And I have an $18 billion deferred capital maintenance problem. This is the maintenance that Paul's going to talk about that needs to be done. It's the new cars that we have to buy. And it's systematic problems like the Roslyn bottleneck that prevent us from getting trains across the river and into the district. All has to be fixed. So what are our solutions here? Number one, we need the federal contribution on the operating side. We need $300 million from the federal government. How do I get that number? $900 million divided by 3, $300 million. Each jurisdiction is giving that. The federal government needs to do that as well. Remember, you paid for 2/3 of the system. You put $6.9 billion into this system. You have to help us. Otherwise, we can't survive. Secondly, we need a regional funding source, and bear with me as I run out of time. We need a regional funding source. We've been talking about it since 1993 when I first joined the board. This committee had a hearing. Here it is, 2005. You spent your whole time talking about a regional funding source, and nothing ever happened. I need $1 billion a year from the region, and if the region won't do it, let me just float this idea with you all. The Tennessee Valley Authority, a federal agency set up by all of you in order to collect money. So let me conclude with this. I've been the finance chair in the District of Columbia for 17 years, okay? We were here in 1995 with a city that was bankrupt. Without federal assistance, and Eleanor Holmes Norton was the leader on this, and you remember this, without federal assistance, we would not have made it. The federal government assumed a $10 billion unfunded pension liability that the District of Columbia had and paid for our prisons and our judicial system, giving us the breathing room we needed as a city to survive and become what I would say is one of the most dynamic cities in America today, who has the best financial picture. So that's what I'm asking for you today. We are in this together. We need your help. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank the gentleman. Let me now recognize the General Manager of WMATA, Mr. Wiedefeld. Welcome, and you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me today. I'll be very brief, but since I've come on board 4 months ago, a big part of my time has been spent reaching out to the stakeholders, the customers, the employees, particularly frontline employees, elected officials, and business community. And I've gotten a firsthand experience from using the system, obviously from listening to them, and then basically walking the tunnels, walking the bus garages and maintenance facilities. I've learned a lot. I've learned of a number of the issues that we have, and I've learned about a number of the opportunities we've had. Unfortunately, during this time, I've also had to make some very difficult decisions. The first one dealing with the blizzard that we had that hit the region, and the second one is the cable fire at McPherson Square. Both of those decisions were driven by my commitment to safety for our customers and our employees, and that's why I made those decisions. In the near term, my priorities remain to be safety, service reliability, and getting our fiscal house in order, as the Chairman just mentioned. Last month, it was also mentioned, I put out a report, a customer accountability report, which basically outlines a number of actions that just based on my short time here of things that I want to do and things that I've heard, and what we learned from McKinsey and other sources. The purpose of that report is to be transparent, but more important is to be accountable to the public and for the managers to be accountable. And it's basically setting that bar, and that's exactly why that was done. And it will continue to grow. And although the actions I've taken, I think, reflected a different management approach and the start of a change of culture here, there's still quite a long way to go. And this is where I need the stakeholders in this region to basically support me to get there. I think we need to step back and look at what we've been doing in terms of particularly the maintenance of the system. We've gone from crisis to crisis. We tend to deal with things one-off, and that just cannot go on. We've created a program to try to do the improvements, which basically we're not getting done. It's inefficient. We are impacting our customers day to day on weekends, and we're suffering from that. So I will be coming out in the very near future with a new program to get at these issues and get this system up to the state it should be, and then we'll continue to maintain it from there. These solutions won't be easy, and so I'm not going to sugarcoat it, that is for sure, but I think there are things that we have to do to get this where we want to be. Let me close by saying last month we celebrated the 40th anniversary of the system, and it is something to celebrate, for sure. Over the last 40 years, Metro has played a central role in transforming this region into one of the most dynamic regions in the world, for sure. It's shaped the land use. It's become the backbone of our economic development. It's played a central role in meeting the mobility needs of the residents and visitors alike, moving 1.2 million passengers a day. And it's supported our environmental goals, particularly in the air quality arena. In short, Metro has been and will remain the critical economic growth and quality of life in this region. We'll support it. But it is therefore time for us to be realistic to address the challenges we are facing as a region to make the Metro system great again. Challenges that, in my opinion, must be met given the Metro's vital importance to the region today and tomorrow. Thank you for your attention. I do want to take a moment, though, to thank our regional congressional delegation for their support. I also want to thank the Chairman Mica, Congressman Connolly, and Congressman Comstock for the help in supporting the efforts to reach the agreement on the cellular phone installation. So I really do appreciate that. I'll be glad to answer your questions later. Thank you.
I thank you, and we'll hold questions till we've heard from all the witnesses. Mr. Hart is the Chairman of the NTSB. Welcome back, and you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mica, Chairman Meadows, Ranking Member Duckworth, and Ranking Member Connolly, members of the subcommittees, and others who are present here today. Thank you for inviting me today to testify on behalf of the NTSB. The NTSB has completed its investigation into the January 12, 2015 electrical arcing and smoke incident near WMATA's L'Enfant Plaza Station that's been referred to several times today. The Board is expected to approve the final report at its public meeting on May 3rd. As I reported to you last year, our investigation revealed that some electrical connections associated with power to the third rail were improperly constructed and installed without sealing sleeves. The absence of sealing sleeves can create the potential for electrical short-circuiting, which results in fire and smoke events in the system. Nearly a month after the L'Enfant Plaza accident, we examined electrical components from a smoke event in the tunnel near Courthouse Station and found that those cable connections were also missing sealing sleeves. Most recently, we were informed by WMATA last month of an arcing event at the McPherson Square Station, and we were invited to view some of the damaged electrical components. We observed that the damage to the traction power electrical components was similar to that of the L'Enfant Plaza Station accident. One cable connector assembly and portions of the cables had been vaporized by the intense heat, as was a portion of the third rail coverboard similar to the L'Enfant Plaza Station accident. In June 2015, we recommended that WMATA inspect the cable connector assemblies and ensure that they are constructed and installed in accordance with WMATA's specifications, which includes sealing sleeves. It is clear that the cable connector assemblies at the McPherson Square Station had not been modified as a result of our June 2015 recommendations. What is unclear is whether these connectors had been inspected, and if so, how that inspection was conducted and recorded. We are anxiously awaiting WMATA's report on its progress in implementing this recommendation. Since 1982, the NTSB has investigated 13 accidents involving WMATA. More than half of those investigations have occurred since 2006. Our L'Enfant Plaza investigation has illustrated once again that rail transit accidents continue to cause injuries and deaths, and that more effective oversight of rail transit is necessary. That is why we included improved rail transit safety oversight in our 2016 Most Wanted list of transportation safety improvements. Inadequate transit safety oversight can result in many types of safety hazards that are allowed to develop and persist, and as such, constitute systemic hazards. The physical hazard that led to the L'Enfant Plaza Station accident is present system-wide. That is why the NTSB issued urgent safety recommendations to the Secretary of Transportation in September 2015, urging that DOT seek authority from Congress to designate WMATA as a commuter authority so that the Federal Railroad Administration can exercise direct safety oversight. The Secretary's response to our recommendation acknowledged that the Tri-State Oversight Committee, or TOC, lacked sufficient resources, technical capacity, and enforcement authority to provide the level of oversight needed to ensure safety at WMATA. However, he disagreed with our recommendation to transfer safety oversight of WMATA to the FRA and instead determined that the FTA, the Federal Transit Administration, would begin increased oversight and would directly enforce and investigate the safety oversight of WMATA. While we can all agree that the current oversight of WMATA by the TOC is insufficient, we are concerned that the FTA's safety oversight for this rail transit property is not equivalent to that provided for other similar properties or heavy commuter rail. FTA has very limited ability to oversee WMATA effectively. Our concerns are substantiated by the fact that the FTA has no prior experience in direct safety oversight or as a state safety oversight agency, has limited staff to carry out the function, and does not have the authority to levy civil or individual penalties in response to safety deficiencies. Every day, millions of people use rail transit to go to or from work, home, or other destinations. In the case of WMATA Metro Rail, ridership is critical to the effective operation of all branches of the Federal Government, as evidenced by the recent unprecedented shutdown of the system for one day. That is why it is so important for WMATA and rail transit systems nationwide to be subject to competent oversight bodies that have standards and rules, along with the power to enforce those rules. Although each system has unique equipment, operating environments, and challenges, all need strong safety oversight to continue safe operations. Thank you for providing the opportunity to testify before you today. I look forward to responding to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, and I'll recognize Ms. Flowers with FTA at this point. You're recognized.
Sorry. Chairman Mica and Meadows, Ranking Members Duckworth and Connolly, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to discuss the Washington Metro Rail system. At the FTA, the safety of public transportation passengers and workers is our single highest priority. Transit is among the safest ways to travel in communities throughout this country. However, here in Washington, D.C., serious incidents, crashes, and safety lapses have highlighted the need for change and improvement. In 2012, with the passage of MAP 21, Congress granted FTA the authority to oversee the safety of public transportation through the existing State Safety Oversight Agency structure. Since then, FTA has reorganized and significantly strengthened safety staffing and oversight functions that take on the new federal oversight role. Each transit agency is still responsible for inspecting its own infrastructure and conducting the necessary training to keep their services safe. FTA oversees the State Safety Oversight Agencies, or SSOAs, which in turn provide day-to-day oversight of rail transit safety. That leaves FTA with the ability to shape nationwide safety standards, to issue directives, and to step in where those SSOAs are not able to do so. After the tragic January 2015 LaFont Plaza smoke incident, FTA exercised our safety authority by conducting a safety management inspection of Metro Rail and Metro Bus, which resulted in 54 safety findings. Our inspection report identified numerous deficiencies and operational concerns. In October 2015, Secretary Fox instructed FTA to temporarily assume the responsibilities of the local SSOA, the Tri-State Oversight Committee, or TOC, which has lacked adequate enforcement authority. Since last fall, FTA has been on the site at Metro providing direct safety oversight of Metro Rail. Our safety team is comprised of subject matter experts from across the department. This team has transit industry knowledge and expertise, technical ability, and enforcement power to improve Metro Rail safety. Over the past several months, on a daily basis, we have conducted inspections and investigations and verified corrective actions. As of last week, FTA had conducted 107 inspections that covered track, Rail Operations Control Center, vehicle and systems maintenance, automatic train control, and traction power. During these inspections, we identified 229 defects requiring 66 remedial actions by Metro. In addition, we are directing 140 open investigations. In late March, FTA initiated a three-part safety blitz, which is an intensive targeted series of inspections that focused on three areas: red signal overruns, track integrity, and rail vehicle securement. The FTA role is temporary. FTA's role in direct safety oversight is temporary. It is critical that Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia join together to create an SSOA with adequate authorities and resources. Secretary Fox urges in actions and words that the three jurisdictions come together with all haste to create the Metro Safety Commission that the local jurisdictions first outlined 6 years ago. In closing, as the former CEO of the Charlotte Area Transit System and the COO of the Los Angeles Metro System, I know that it is a challenge to balance safety and service demands, but keeping people safe is not a choice. For our part, FTA took action to focus on Metrorail's safety condition as both an urgent and critical problem requiring immediate and decisive action. FTA's oversight activities focus on Metrorail's serious safety needs for the short term, and we continue our work with the local jurisdictions to establish a new and effective SSOA for the long term. Thank you for calling this hearing, and together with FTA's Executive Director, Matt Wilbus, I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank all of our witnesses for their testimony. I'm going to dive right into questions. I want to separate my questions to two parts. First, I want to talk about the incident of January 12th, our subsequent hearing on February 13th. Then I want to look at the overall picture of, Mr. Evans said, the crisis and chaos in Metro. So first of all, after the incident, we held a hearing. Mr. Hart, I went down personally, inspected the cable. We identified what we thought was the problem. You've identified it again here today. Then you told me you gave recommendations to WMATA by June. Is that true? Correct. Okay. And I just heard you, Ms. Flowers, you've given a number, and you verified deficits, safety deficits. When did you first give them? Did you go in, do you recall when you went in after the January death? You gave them to them in June last year. Yes. Okay, we got two nodding heads here. I have a problem because the current WMATA director or administrator's manager is not there then. But the first thing you would have done, and I'm not you know, the sharpest electrical engineer on the block, is go in and change out those cables that we saw were shorted, that didn't have proper seals, and that were arcing. Can you tell us what was done, Mr. Acting General Manager or Mr. Evans?
Yeah, I can tell you the 65% of them are done.
But were they done after June, and to what date?
That's to date.
To date,
the end of
okay.
March, yes.
But they're still not done. And
That's right.
and we think the arcing was also the problem of the smoke and and why you shut it down March 16th, right?
Right. I'm not sure yet.
So there's about 35% undone of the cables. Okay. I got involved in this after that because we found out what we asked you to do years ago and promised you $150 million, $1.5 billion to get the communications and some other things. That's our contribution to capital improvements, was only done at the station. That's why we probably lost that life, because they couldn't communicate. You've been there now a short time. Is the wireless communications agreement finalized to finish it?
Yes, it is.
It is, okay.
Cell phone, yes.
And that's underway. When do you anticipate that would be done?
What we're doing is we're doing a 1-mile section in a tunnel as a pilot.
When is the finish date?
What we're going to do is, after we see how we're trying to do that, then we're going to come out with a schedule based on that, because we don't.
You think it'll take a year? You don't know. You're going to see what it takes to do a mile at a time.
No, we're going to do a mile as a pilot.
18 miles, what do we have?
No, we're going to do a mile as a pilot, and then we're going to come out with a schedule based on what we learned from doing it for that mile.
We need to restore public confidence. People can get on that and have no rescue means. At least they have their personal communication device that doesn't work within the tunnels. It may work in the stations, as we saw, but somebody died. Okay, so that needs attention.
I agree.
That's part of what I wanted resolved, and threatened to withhold money if we didn't get something done. And this money game is mind-boggling. I asked what's WMATA's unliquidated balance in open grants and money coming from the federal government as of the 18th of March. It's $783 million. It's not like they don't have the money. Last year, in 2015, they had $485 million available. They had the money available. What they have is incompetence, not to get the job done. Now, you're a new kid on the block, and we're counting on you. But I want people fired. I want something done. Now, you got the communication system underway. We've got to resolve the arcing. The arcing causes smoke and people die. And the thing is in chaos. You closed it down for 29 hours. You have falling ridership, and you have increasing operational costs, I see here. Okay, let me, this burns me. Now, this caused me to go deeper into your finances. Now, I heard you, Mr. Evans, and you gave a nice presentation. I was here in '95 when we put the control board in. We disbanded the district government. You're running $750 million in debt. $750 million in debt. You had all kinds of unfunded liabilities, pensions, everything. It was the most screwed up mess I've ever seen in business or government. What's your current surplus in the district? What are you running, half a billion, 500 million?
Right now, we have $2.17 billion in our reserve funds, and we run about...
Okay, well, let's step up to the plate. You're dealing with people who are broke. I'm telling you, I am not going to bail you out. I am not going to support bailing out the District of Columbia.
You're not bailing us out.
It is bailing out. And look at the operational. And I compared Chicago. 75% of the capital funds come from local and state money. In SEPTA, Pennsylvania, 61%. WMATA, 44%. Nobody gives more money for capital improvements. Nobody has more money available than you all have available. So again, please don't come here. There's lots of money available. What we don't have, we have money available. We don't have leadership. We don't have management. And these people need to step up to the plate. Virginia needs to step up to the plate. Maryland needs to step up to the plate. And the district, with that huge surplus, now needs to step up to the plate. You sure as heck ain't going to get it out of my folks. and the improvements can be made. So no other system in the country has the kind of resources into it. And if you want to divide, don't divide by three, let's divide by 4, and have everybody step up to pay for it. So I'm not here to make up for bad management. I'm not here to make up for a poor safety record. I'm not here to make up for a lack of action. And I'm not, and you, who was it that, was it the new general manager? When I saw the liability, you mentioned the liability for pension and unfunded benefits in the multi-billion-dollar area, isn't that true?
$2.5 billion.
Yeah, that's huge, that's huge. That also needs to be addressed, and it doesn't need to be bailed out by the federal taxpayer. So I've spoken my piece. If you know me, I do that, and then I act, and I will act to make certain that we get this in order. I wish you well, Mr. General Manager. We'll work with you. We'll give you all the tools. You have money available. You need to get in there, fire people. I think you're doing some of that, and get that place in order. With that, I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I again want to thank you for holding this very important hearing. I'd like to yield the remainder of my questioning time to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
I thank my friend, and I thank Mr. Micah for his passion. But as that passion cools, he has asserted Virginia has to step up to the plate. And I would remind my friend, he doesn't want a burden on his people, he said. Well, I don't want a burden on mine. And in Virginia, we pay the subsidy, my local taxpayers. So when you say a bailout, my constituents hear something quite different. And I hope you will keep that in mind as you care about your people. Mr. Beyer, Ms. Comstock, and I care about ours because we foot the bills in Virginia, not the state. And we're quite sensitive to the fact that we already pay high subsidies, and we already have one of the highest fare box recovery rates in the country because we don't have a dedicated source of revenue, and the federal government does not provide operating subsidies.
Not a penny.
Not one penny. It's the only compact member that doesn't provide a penny. Do you want me to yield, Mr. Chairman?
I'm
sorry.
just 2 things. I'll put in the percentage that is paid for capital, and then I think
Capital is different than operating.
And, well, most of their problems are capital.
No. Clearly, their problems are operational,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
and again, you can see what is put in. Operational, there's about 2% from the district, and I will give you the fact that some other jurisdictions we found have as much as 6%, but they take certain money and put it into operations that we've allowed.
Yes.
So, and we've done that also in times of financial distress.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say, you know, where you stand is where you sit. You know, where my constituents stand is that the federal government gets a free ride every day in Metro because it doesn't pay operating subsidies. And as Mr. Evans indicated, that costs our jurisdictions in Virginia about $300 million a year. And you can make all the hay you want out of the fact that the federal government provides $150 million in operating capital, and that did not come without strings. That had to be matched dollar for dollar by the 3 jurisdictions over and above their operating subsidies, and we had to give up voting seats on the governing board of Metro. And by the way, the federal representatives are not limited to only capital issues when they vote. They get a free vote on the operating side of the House, and they don't pay for it. So it's a matter of perspective. Having said that, I certainly associate myself with the remarks, your remarks, Mr. Chairman, about past management and about operating difficulties and holding people accountable. And I am deeply concerned that given the depth of the problems, that people, frankly, examples are going to have to be made of some people, and I don't just mean in senior management. And I think the Chairman and I share that view. It's gotten to that point that if we're going to reassure public confidence, we have to hold people accountable at every layer of the organization, because that is one of the crises we face, public confidence, for good reason. Mr. Hart, in your recommendations, inter alia, you recommended that the safety oversight be done by the FRA, not the FTA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did you arrive at that conclusion?
We were looking for an immediate solution. The FTA can eventually do the kinds of things the FRA does now. For example, the FRA has rules. They have people to inspect to see whether the rules are being met, and they have people to enforce if the rules are not being met. The FTA can have that eventually, but it doesn't have it today. That's what we're looking for, is an immediate solution, an immediate interim solution to to respond to the
Ms.
reality.
Flores, you're not the director of the FTA. You're a senior advisor?
I'm currently the lead at FTA.
The lead.
Yes.
And you came with Secretary Fox from Charlotte?
I came after Secretary.
After? So do you have the capability that the NTSB recommended?
We feel that we do have a capability. We agree with NTSB. The action was needed to improve oversight of WMATA and the
Ms. Flores, I'm running out of time, so
Okay.
forgive me, I'm not trying to be rude, but we had deaths, we had accidents, we had people injured. Mr. Hart's NTSB said, look, no fooling around, safety is number one, we need the FRA and its resources and capability because the FDA doesn't have it right now.
You gave us statutory authority and oversight of public transportation, and you also, in the FAST Act, strengthen our authority.
Ms. Flores, I'm very well aware of what we did in the statute. I'm talking about capability today, and that's what the NTSB, that's what it took cognizance of, which is why it didn't recommend that your agency have safety oversight. And yet the Secretary decided to overrule or ignore that recommendation.
Sir, we have on our staff regulatory experience from FRA and FAA. Our head of
Regulatory?
Yes, from regulatory agencies who have safety experience at FAA and FRA.
What's that got to do with whether you've got the ability to hone in on, cable covers that could arc? Who cares about regulatory authority?
We have just completed a safety blitz of our track inspection on WMATA, and we've done verification.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
So on the day, Mr. Wiedefeld, what was the day we shut down for the whole 29 hours?
March 16th.
March 16th.
March 16th, the day before the holy day. So, St. Patrick's Day. Did you have people in Metro inspecting the cables along with Metro?
When we did our safety management inspection, we did identify issues with...
No, ma'am. My question, that's not my question. On the 16th of March, for that 29-hour period, since you've got the responsibility, God knoweth why, since it should have been to FRA, but Secretary Fox decided to ignore or overrule that recommendation, were you in the tunnels inspecting these cables that could arc, smoke, and cause death and injury?
We were not in...
You were not in the...
But...
So one of the most important safety issues we're facing, in an unprecedented move, shutting down the whole system, hard to find in any other transit system in America, the FTA, which claimed authority, overruling the NTSB by the Secretary of Transportation, you were not there.
That is correct, sir.
And we're supposed to have confidence in your ability, while you're lecturing Maryland, D.C., and Virginia to get their act together on the talk, you're nowhere to be seen on the day in question when we're trying to deal with a major, imminent, potentially life-threatening safety issue.
Would you like to know what we did?
Well, I'd like to know where you were on the 16th before you tell me what you did.
Okay, on March 16th, we were working with WMATA over the telephone, talking to them about what they were doing. We did oversight of their inspection the night before. We talked to them, and we used the information to verify what they were doing, and we also are now conducting our own blitz of the system, of their tracks.
I'm sure it gave great comfort to Metro that you were verifying over the phone what they were doing. My time has expired. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows yields me 15 seconds just to say that Mr. Conley, they had between $500 million and $750 million sitting in the bank to make the repairs that Ms. Fowler, FTA, and And Mr. Hart said were necessary last year after somebody died and we told them to do something about it and held a hearing. So it's not a question of money. It's a question of management and somebody doing something. And let me yield back to Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank each of you. We've got two different issues here. One is a safety and a deferred maintenance issue. The other is a management issue. And so I want to try to address both of those. Mr. Hart, I think we have some pictures here that maybe we can put up. If you can explain to the committee the pictures, I guess, of that particular picture with the, I guess they're jumper cables. Is this where the issue is? Now I need the picture of the jumper cables, please, sir. Right there right there in front of you. That one.
Yes, these are the cables that provide propulsion power to the third rail. So we're talking about serious electricity here. What we saw was that there's a fiberglass sleeve around there that needs a sealing sleeve on the fiberglass boot. Let me call it a boot. The fiberglass boot needs a sealing sleeve to keep stuff from coming inside where the connection is.
So basically an insulator to keep it from arcing?
Well, it's an insulator to keep contamination from getting into the connection, so that because the contamination can form an arcing path to cause short circuits.
All right. So is this the only place where you can have an electrical problem that would create smoke in the tunnel?
There are probably a number of other places. The insulators, for example, if they get contamination down the insulator, then the electricity can arc from the third rail down to the ground. So there are several places where it can happen. What we saw in LaFont Plaza was specifically from the cables.
All right. So if we're going to inspect this, and if we're really looking at, and I see the general managers wanting to step in, go ahead.
Just so to clarify, that is one potential source of arcing. The cables also, if they are in the wrong direction, if they are laying on the ground, that is a float. It's built on a floating slab, the rail is, which means it can move. And if that cable is laying on concrete and over time that rubs, basically you can fray it and open it that way. So there's a series of things that can happen.
Well, I guess here's my concern is from what I'm coming to understand, that the jumper cables are not the only source of potential problem, and yet it appears that when we had the inspection, it was a jumper cable only checklist. Who made that decision?
We made that decision because the issue was at McPherson, it was a jumper cable issue. And that's where you do get the arcing from. You're going to get it from, in effect, some sort of cable situation where, in effect, you have a third rail that's steel.
So, Mr. Hart, would you agree that that is adequate enough, that if we put it and we're only looking for jumper cables, that that's satisfactory from a safety standpoint?
Our recommendation addressed all cables, jumper cables, power cables, all cables, not just jumper cables.
All right. So why would we only look at jumper cables?
I think it's a terminology.
Because that's, well, no, it says right here, and Mr. Chairman, I ask that we submit this for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Because it says only jumper cables shall be inspected, exclamation point. So, like, don't look at anything else other than jumper cables. And if you're saying that there are other sources, why would we only look at the jumper cables?
Because I think, again, I think it's a terminology issue. Those, what you see there, where the big orange boots are what people generally are calling jumper cables. But if you recall, when we came out the next day and we showed the one cable that was frayed, that wouldn't have been termed a jumper cable. That's where you have two pieces of steel that there's a space of an inch, in effect, so you can, with temperature changes it can move, and that's a much smaller cable that goes back. It didn't have the big orange boots. So we weren't just looking at the orange boot cables. We were looking at any cable.
So what you're saying is the language on here, only looking at jumper cables, really didn't mean to only look at jumper cables. It meant to look at anything electrical. So your sworn testimony here today is they looked at all electrical.
They looked at electrical cables that closed any gap between third rail. That's what they did.
All right. So let me go on a little bit further, Mr. Evans. Your solution, and I've read a few of the articles and I hear your testimony today. So let me make sure I understand. You need another $1.2 billion in operating revenue. Is that correct? Is that your testimony?
We need
300,000 times 4. 1.2 billion.
Right now, we have $900 million. We need another $300 million from the federal government for $1.2 billion in operating on the one side. And then
So you're only saying an increase of $300 million.
Correct.
But you want the federal government to pay the $300 million.
Yes.
So why, if you're dividing the others by 3 or 4, why would it only come from the federal government?
Right
Is that
now,
budget autonomy?
Right now, each jurisdiction pays approximately $300 million.
Right.
The federal government is a full partner, the fourth partner that pays zero.
Well,
We want you to
according
pay
to your
$300
testimony, we
million.
actually, I guess when we originally put in this system, we were more than a full partner. We paid 2/3 of the capital improvements originally. Is that correct?
Yes, you did. That's right. The federal government paid 2/3 of the cost to build this system. On the operating side, though, they do not contribute and had never contributed.
All right, and so you're saying it needs another $18 billion with a B in terms of capital?
$18 billion, yes.
So your plan
capital money.
So let me make sure I understand this. Your plan to fix this system is to give WMATA $18 billion and close down the system for 6 months in order to have a good system. Is that the best?
No, that's not my plan.
Well, I mean, it's $18 billion. And I guess you were quoted as saying, close it down for 6 months, which when I heard that, I could think of traffic jams for 6 months, and it didn't sit well with me.
Congressman, let me just say this. If you want me to come up here and give you good news, I'll be glad to do that. But if you want to hear what we really need to do, that's the only reason I'm here. And if you give me 30 seconds, I'll just tell you why I'm here.
Okay, where's the $18 billion going to be? You know, if you want to get testy about it,
I'm not getting
Mr.
testy. I'd like an opportunity
let me
to
just
speak,
share.
that's all.
Let me just say.
Okay.
I've got the numbers. And if you're looking at increasing the operating revenue the way that you're talking about, you become the most expensive operating system, more expensive than Chicago, more expensive than New York, more expensive than Pennsylvania. So why would you have the highest operating costs out there? I mean, what would justify that? So if you want to look at numbers, let's look at them.
We're the second largest transit system in America. So that justifies,
New York
and
is-
we are the
New York
nation's
is higher.
capital.
Chicago
and if
is
you have
higher.
the opportunity to travel the world as I have, and go to Beijing, Shanghai, Paris, London, Moscow, and see a world-class system, this system has become an embarrassment in the nation's capital, and we are all in this together. And
Those
what
are
I'm
all
hearing from
communist
all of-
countries,
what
Mr.
I-
Evans.
Paris, London, communist countries?
You said
I mean,
Beijing,
I say
Shanghai,
Beijing,
and Moscow.
Shanghai, Moscow, Paris, and London. They are capital cities. And if we want a world-class system like they have, the federal governments in those countries pay for all of the system. All I'm asking from you is $300 million, which is your fair share, given the fact that we transport 50% of your workforce every day. Do you want them to be safe? Do you want this to be reliable? Or do you just want to leave here like we did in 2005 and do nothing? And if we do that, next time something happens, I'm blaming it on you guys, because we need your help.
Sir,
We're here
you're the one that's been on the board. So how can you blame us? You're the ones making the decisions.
I've been on the board a year. When I left this place 15 years
since
ago,
this has all
place was
happened.
operating. It is not operating well now, and we need the resources in addition to the wherewithal, which
When
is
can
what
you get
Paul
this-
is bringing to the table.
When can you get this committee a full breakdown of how that money will be spent? I'll yield back.
Within a week. But you will never, let me just say this, you're never going to have a better chance. You have a chairman and myself who's done this for years. You have a general manager who is as capable as anybody has ever been. If we leave here today and do nothing, and Mr. Chairman, when you're saying you're not going to give us a dime, really? Is that what you're saying? We need resources for this system. This is your system. This is my system. You're going to put your kids, your parents on this system? That is a system like it is today? Really, give me a break. We really have to step up. I have reports here from 2010, 2011, 2005, where we have done nothing. We cannot leave here and do nothing again.
I thank the gentleman, and I will put in the record the balances that have been unexpended, which have been verified by you all, that are available. It was $500 million almost last year, 485, 783 as of 2 weeks ago. So the money is there. The management's lacking. Mr. Conley, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to yield to my good friend Eleanor Holmes Norton while reserving my 5 minutes. Thank you.
I thank my friend. As to who needs Metro and who ought to pony up, just let me say that when Metro shuts down, the federal government shuts down, and we've had evidence of that through the gazoo recently. So just try getting along without Metro, I'll say to my colleagues, if you want a federal government at all. I just want to clarify what Mr. Evans says, because it was perfectly true. The pension liability was pre-home rule liability, so it wasn't the District of Columbia's liability at all. It's liability because the federal government didn't give us control over our own local jurisdiction, and therefore it was due them, and they had to pay it. As for the federal government gave D.C. not one thin dime. It did agree to pay for state functions, because the district is the only city that has any responsibility for state functions. So just clarifying, I agree with what Mr. Evans has said. Now look, I want to focus on the fact that for the first time in its history, as I understand it, this system, Metro, is doing short-term borrowing in order to get operating funds. Isn't that true, Mr. Weidenfeld?
Yes, it is.
And you have a rollover of this borrowing of about $500 million at this point. Isn't that true?
In that range, yes.
So I want everybody to understand what this means. You're borrowing just to keep the system running. And we better face this fast. Now, on top of that, Ms. Flowers, WMATA was put under handwritten drawdown restrictions. That is to say, to get any of the federal money due you, you've got to turn in by hand the voucher in effect. Now, look, I don't have any problems with that because of what FTA found in terms of controls, and so I understand it in the beginning. When I've been having written correspondence with FTA, because it looks like we're through this process until we get to validation. So it looks like you have done your due diligence. But in the process, and this is why I'm talking about going forward, in the process, you have so delayed WMATA getting funds due it that it has had to go and do short-term borrowing, from bad to worse. That is why I have asked for another form of monitoring. I don't care what it is, just so it is streamlined and doesn't leave WMATA waiting 10 or more days to get money that the Congress has already allocated to it. Have we got a monitoring system that will allow them to do some form of technical drawdown rather than the hand drawn down, given the fact that you've gotten through all of the controls except waiting for it to be validated? I'm not asking for no monitoring, do understand. I'm just asking that you not throw this system deeper into debt than they already are, because if they're borrowing just to keep the operation growing, that looks like what we usually see when somebody's about to go out of business.
If I could just clarify, it's on the capital side, not the operating side. It's on capital funds, is what we're talking about.
My understanding was that for the first time, you had borrowed. I mean, you always borrow. I'm talking about short-term funding, Mr. Weidenfeld.
Yeah, no, it is. It's short-term funding, but it's for the capital program because we don't have the electronic, what's called ECHO, the electronic ability to bring down the dollars.
But you've not done short-term borrowing before. As far as I'm told, never in the history. So whatever it goes to, they're rolling it over. They can't pay it. So I'm trying for a short-term, a way to get to partial solution, short-term. Here's the money the federal government says we owe you. How close are we getting to a streamlined approach, Ms. Flowers?
We've been working close with Mr. Weidenfeld to go through a validation process, and I think we are getting closer.
When do you think? Understand this is costing them money, interest. So I think it's a perfectly valid question to say, give us a date, since they've done everything you said do except have it validated, when they can get their money in the old-fashioned or the new-fashioned way. Excuse me. So when will that be, Ms. Flowers, and when can you get me a date on that?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Welbus, who's been working with WMATA and our region to work on this restricted drawdown process.
Congresswoman Norton, over the last 2 years, we've paid $845 million to Metro, and Metro brings us their request for payment as long as they have the.
Sir, I asked for a very specific question. My time is running out. When will they get off of this short-term? I'm sorry, these restrictions that are putting it more heavily into debt.
So we're doing testing and validation. We just agreed in the last month to the testing and validation plan, and in the coming months, we'll make sure that Metro's doing the financial activities that we requested in our oversight review. During 2016, it is possible, if Metro fulfills the requirements, that they could move off of restricted drawdown, but it will be up to Metro.
I'm going to ask you to submit to the chairman within 30 days a date where you propose date when you think that WMATA will no longer be put on these kinds of restrictions that keeps it from getting money owed it. I want only to say to my good friend, Mr. Evans, this notion about, which I certainly agree with, to create a dedicated funding source, it's become a mantra. I'm asking you, Metro, somebody, put a proposal on the table. Nobody is going to do anything about dedicated funding until somebody just puts something on the table for others to react to. I think that would move the ball along. And I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. We've exhausted the Republicans on our side, so I'll yield to Ms. Comstock, and then we'll go to Mr. Conley.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't know it was that easy to exhaust the Republicans.
Hey,
I'm still here, Jared.
You got this one, even with all my Italian energy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After seeing a little bit of the back and forth here, one of the things I'd like to recommend to all of my colleagues here is to focus on our new general manager here, who has really set out some good things that we all can agree on. So there'll be time later for some of the food fights and some of the things we've seen here, but I think where we need to focus right now is on what Mr. Wiedefeld has focused on, and I think a lot of our colleagues on a bipartisan basis agree on that. So I would encourage everybody as we go forward on this, let's work on all the things we agree on first before we start any of these fights. And in that effort, I wanted to ask Mr. Wiedefeld on, and I appreciate what Mr. Evans said about you. It's capable of anyone who has ever been here, and you certainly demonstrated that from the beginning as we have been talking about this. You cited that over 10 years, there have been no significant reductions in force, resulting in redundant positions among back office staff that should be abolished. What can we do to immediately abolish those? Because some of those huge costs that we're going to have on pensions are going to be coming from some of these redundant positions that are unnecessary. So I appreciate that you're trying to minimize the problem here. What do you need from us, if anything from us, that we can help you immediately remove those redundant positions, put people where they need to be, and fire the people? I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Connolly, talked about firings. When you fire somebody for direct wrongdoing, there's some savings in our pension costs right there, because I think the taxpayers thinking that those people who caused all these problems and for 10 years didn't do anything and have ignored all of these things over and over, those people need to be fired, and we need to be taking the action that helps you change this system, the cultural change that I think you are very committed to, that we've seen your positive action here. And I would very much like to work with you and my colleagues on that type of positive action as quickly as possible, if you can identify some of those ways to make it quicker.
I have already done, started moving that direction. I've done some personnel changes. I've reorganized the agency, and I've made it very clear to everyone, particularly the all at-will employees, that basically this is the way we operate, and if you don't understand that, then it is not a good fit for either one of us. So that is progressing. I'm not going to get into individual personnel issues here, but that is progressing.
And I would mention, I know in the audit, the HR department seemed to be one of the departments that isn't working very well. And then again, basic things like the maintenance department, I quote from the report, they didn't have simple things like repair kits with necessary parts for common repairs. Like things like if the maintenance office, whoever's been running the maintenance office that didn't go and put those repair kits that they have to be told, build repair kits with necessary parts for common repairs. You know, any auto body shop knows that, and that the person who's running this. So I think it's very helpful if we see people like that moving on and putting capable people to do those kind of basic repairs. HR people who understand how to move these people along and get them, because the audit really shows the problem is execution. We all have identified the problems, and now you've been brought in to execute, and you set out some really good ideas on executing. But if you're not able to move the deadwood out, then that execution is going to be a real problem. So let us help you move that deadwood along. I think you've seen today bipartisan agreement on the faster you can get that deadwood out, we're going to be able to help you a lot more. But if you have a little anything more.
No, I totally agree, and what I'm telling you is I'm moving on in that same direction right now.
Thank you. And since I have a little bit of time left, then on the HR front, have there been any changes at this time in the Human Resources Department?
Actually, yes. In terms of one of the issues that I had is a lot of these different parts of the agency were buried under operations, for instance. So I've pulled that all apart, and I have created basically an internal support group that has auditing, procurement, which is the other issue tied to the maintenance issue, HR, and labor, and have that under a separate group that basically is under a new leadership right now. And they're digging into all those issues, both on what we learn from the consultant and what we bring to the table.
Because I know we had asked some questions, and I don't want to, you know, I appreciate some of the people who we've been waiting to get responses from, I think, are in the HR area. We've been asked, you know, basic information like absentee reports, because some of the concern that we heard were a lot of absentee, and as a result, then people get a lot of overtime. That overtime is added to their pension. So if you have this whole little system that can all work, hey, I'll take off today, you can take off next week, we both get overtime, and we both get a bigger pension and get to retire earlier, that's not a good game that we need to be playing. And I think a lot of those problems can be worked out there if we have a really good HR department. And since I haven't gotten the answers on that, I'm assuming that's continues to be a problem. So thank you for addressing that.
I thank the gentlewoman for her insightful questions and certainly for the answers. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Government Operations, Mr. Conley.
I thank the chair. Mr. Evans, Chairman Mica talked about $783 million as if you've just, you're sitting around watching soap operas and eating bonbon and allowing $783 million to just accumulate, and you got plenty of money. Isn't there a difference between, say, obligated funds and expended funds?
Yes, there is, Congressman. And what the chairman was referring to, I don't know if he knew that, was obligated funds. They are already obligated. They're not anything new that we can use for other things.
How much of the 783, either you or Mr. Wiedefeld, is, for example, for the purchase and delivery and ultimate expenditure for new 7,000 series cars from Kawasaki?
I don't have those dollar figures off the top of my head, but the point that you're making is a lot of those are tied to very big purchases, whether it's bus 7,000 series, and some of the issues that we've had with the cash flow of that is when the tsunami hit Japan, that impacted Kawasaki, who's the provider of that, and that slowed that up. In a major bus purchase that we had, there was a company went out of business, so that slowed those dollars up. Right. So that, and I think FTA can attest to that. That is, I think we're in the range of what other transit properties have.
I just would urge you quickly to help dispel this myth of you're sitting on a lot of capital you don't know what to do with. It is actually good and prudent management not to pay your bills until the product or service has been delivered and has met your specifications with respect to quality, especially given the fact that the reason we're purchasing new rail cars is, among other reasons, safety. The new cars aren't going to pancake like the Series 1000 cars, which affected lives in the first fatal accident. And so I think we have to really get the data out there, you know, so that we dispel this myth that you're sitting on a mountain of capital. Why should we give you more?
Mr. Connolly, that's so important, too, because this is obligated money. We need new capital money. I mentioned the Roslyn bottleneck. Right now, we can run 20 trains in an hour through the Roslyn bottleneck. The capacity is going to have to be 40 trains an hour if we're going to make this a reliable system. We are going to have to build a new tunnel, and it's going to cost billions of dollars to do it. Otherwise, we're going to have a system that is not reliable, and it's going to take forever to get anywhere.
Absolutely.
These are just one example of many that we need this capital dollars for.
Okay. And by the way, another thing, Mr. Wiedefeld, when you're getting back to us on explaining the 783, it would also be useful to know how we compare to other transit systems that receive federal grants in terms of the spend-down rate. Because I think we're in the same ballpark. I don't think we're particularly different. And that might come as news, obviously, to some of my colleagues. At this point, I'm going to yield to my friend, Mr. Delaney from Maryland, the balance of my time.
Thank you. So the scale of this failure at Metro is almost unimaginable. And it's become a national embarrassment. And I agree with my colleagues that it's a management problem, and I agree with Mr. Evans that the system's been underinvested in and it continues to be underinvested in. But what we haven't talked at all about is the board and the governance system. Because you can only blame management for so long. Ultimately, a board, a fiduciary board, is responsible. And this enterprise has had a fiduciary board for a long time. If this was any other enterprise other than Metro, the board would have been dismissed, discharged completely, and new boards would have been appointed. Mr. Evans, do you believe that the board of Metro, if you had to certify, like public companies have to do with, for example, their audit committee chair, that the board members have deep experience in operations and financial management of sophisticated transit systems, or have tremendous experience in creating systems of accountability and metrics for their management teams? Do you feel like you could certify that the individuals who sit on this board, and I looked at some of the board committees, they have a safety committee, obviously they completely failed. There's a finance committee, complete failure. Customer service committee, complete failure. There's a real estate committee, maybe they did their job, I can't really speak to that. But it just seems to me that at some point we have to ask hard questions about who's actually on the board of this organization. What is their experience? Are they just people who, you know, get these positions because of political paybacks, and they know nothing about transit or transportation or operations? I mean, why aren't we getting the absolute best proven executives in the Washington region, people who run some of the most successful enterprises, you know, not small little enterprises, but big enterprises? Do we have a governance problem that goes to the board? Do the people on the board know what they're supposed to do? And are they the kind of people where you would put up their resumes and say, there's no better person in the country for, you know, who's chairing my finance committee. There's no better person in the country chairing my customer service committee. There's no better person in the country chairing my safety committee. Is that the kind of board that is governing this, or is that really the problem?
No, that is not the type of board that is governing this. So let me address this quickly. We have a 16-member board, which is way too big. Organizations that have 16 members, like the Kennedy Center, people raise money, but they don't run an organization. When I was on last time, we had 12. It was too big. And then they added 4 federal representatives a couple years ago. It is unwieldy, to say the least.
But your average corporate board is probably a dozen board members.
It's just too many. And secondly, Congressman, your point is well taken. No, people don't come there with enormous experience. Some do. We have 1 or 2 people who have worked in the transit industry for a while. But most people don't. And they're there for a whole variety of reasons. Sometimes they're there because nobody else would come, believe it or not. And so that's what you have as a board. Secondly, it's never been clear what the board does. In the past, this committee has criticized the board for being too involved in the general manager's business. Then there was an opportunity the board was not at all involved in the general manager's business.
Sorry to interrupt, but that's why you need a good board.
Correct.
Right? Because a good board knows what their job is, right? They look at the CEO, or the manager of the enterprise, and they say, these are your goals. If you don't reach them, we're going to make a change, right? And they have committees that ask the right questions and make sure things are happening. I mean, it seems to me as part of whatever it has to be done to fix this system, which will involve more capital, there has to be a serious conversation about completely reconstituting this board and making sure these are not just political appointees who may have very good community relations, and I'm not trying to underestimate that, but actually getting some people sitting around the table who know what they're doing, right? Because we can't be sitting here looking at pictures of jumper cables, right, and oversight. I mean, there has to be a management structure and a governance structure that works. And this is, you know, we talk about management, we talk about underinvestment, but I mean, one of the biggest embarrassments, in my opinion, you could have in this town is to have been on this board of this thing for the last 10 years because you've utterly failed.
And let me just point out to you, I have with me one of my many reports, January 7th, 2011, Transforming Governance of the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. This is a report on how we should completely redo the board, 2011, 5 years ago, and nothing happened. And so your point is absolutely well taken, but the problem is you have 4 jurisdictions, nobody's willing to give up anything, and so anytime we bring up this idea of changing the board, everybody backs away from it. So you're right, we need to do something here, because this is not
whatever this
working.
Congress does to address some of these problems, I think we should be putting on the table ensuring that real board members who, again, under Sarbanes-Oxley, if you run a public company and you're the chair of the audit committee, the board has to certify that the person is an expert at audit committee-related matters for whatever that company does. And we need that kind of certification for these board members so we get real governance of this organization.
Mr. Congressman, I'll say this. Can anybody up here name the 4 Federal board members?
Well, I just looked them up, so and I looked at their backgrounds. And admirable people have done good things in the community, but I would not, if I had to certify, the question I asked you, I could not certify that any of these people are experts being a steward and a fiduciary of the Federal Government's money, the State of Virginia's money, the State of Maryland's money, and the money of the District of Columbia.
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman, which is long ago expired, the gentleman from Maryland makes a very good point. But I would caution my colleagues that Federal law cannot dictate who is on the board of Metro, nor can Federal law tell the paying jurisdictions who they get to appoint to Metro. If Federal law wants to do that, Federal law has to pay the bills. And that was the point I made earlier. We are AWOL. We don't pay an operating subsidy. And therefore, we must tread lightly in telling Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. who and what will serve on the board. And that is something we're going to have to grapple with because this is not a Federal entity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman, and the Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wiedenfeld, there's a recent story in the Post summarizing how the Blue Line riders have felt for years about the way they've been treated compared to riders in the rest of the system. And obviously, my friend Chairman Evans' comments about closing the Blue Line for 6 months perhaps got even people more excited and upset. But they do have legitimate complaints, and a lot of it has to do with the capacity of the Roslyn Tunnel, a major choke point. But what can we do now before we get all this additional infrastructure money to help those Blue Line riders?
I am taking a look at that to see if there's other ways we could provide that service, you know, and how we're managing the 3 lines there. So it's a technical exercise because anytime you do that. So I will be coming out in the near future with that.
All right, thank you. Chairman Evans, you made a very strong case for a Federal operating subsidy, the $300 million, to match what Maryland, D.C., Virginia put in right now. But you also mentioned the search for a regional funding source, $1 billion a year. What did you have in mind, or do you have any models out there?
Yes. What we need to do in the region, and other states have dedicated funding sources for their transportation systems. They use a sales tax, some use a gas tax, a combination of the two, a property tax. But no other transit system is operating in a multi-jurisdictional area. That therein is the problem. So Virginia, Maryland, and D.C. have to agree on what kind of a funding source, tax, fee, whatever you want to call it. And is it gas? Is it sales? Is it income? Is it property? Or a combination of those? And we have just not been able to do it, which is why I suggested, I was just reading history, the Tennessee Valley Authority, where in the Roosevelt era, the federal government superimposed on Tennessee, Arkansas, and everybody this taxing district used to build the dams for the Tennessee River. I haven't done anything beyond that, but I'm frustrated with the local jurisdiction's inability to deal with this, and so I go back to the federal government. Maybe they can help us out. My whole point is this: we need help at Metro, and if we don't get it, we are going to be in serious trouble beyond where we are now.
Great, thanks. But General Manager Wiedenfeld, Washingtonian ran this amazing story back in December about, quote, the infuriating history of how Metro got so bad. And a lot of the story focused on WMATA's Rail Operations Control Center and basically air traffic control system for the whole system. They talked about an environment where training materials were out of date, factually incorrect, place that was hostile to new hires, place where control center workers routinely worked 12-hour days in order to get the overtime. And the NTSB preliminary report was very critical of the way the control center responded at that smoke incident back in January of 15. So all these things wrap around culture. What can you tell us to give us some hope that you're making changes within the control center and change a culture that's responsive and performs well, executes well?
Right. There's two aspects to it. One is I mentioned I did a reorganization, so I changed how that reporting relationship goes so that I can get more focus on that part of the operation. As Ms. Flowers mentions, the FTA is there on a regular basis, making sure that they're playing by all the rules and following all the procedures they're supposed to do. The larger issue that you talk about, it's not confined just to the Rail Operations Center, which is this cultural issue that was brought up in the Washingtonian magazine. What I have found is a strong disconnect between management and the frontline employees that has evolved over years, where people feel in effect disenfranchised. They don't feel they're part of the business. They don't feel the pride in the business. They don't feel the commitment in it. And so that's what I am focusing on, to get the frontline people and the managers to understand that if they do not tap into that resource, their job is to bring that resource up, not push it down. And if they can't do that, then it gets back to Congressman Comstock's issue. If they cannot do that, then they cannot work here, because that is what we need to get this organization in the direction we need to get it in.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, and good luck. Ms. Flowers, in Mr. Hart's NTSB report, we obviously NTSB had recommended that railways take over the safety aspect. Secretary Fox gave it back to FDA. I'm quoting, he says, the FDA, this is from the NTSB, the FDA has very limited ability to oversee the WMATA effectively, has no prior experience in direct safety oversight or as an SSOA, has limited staff to carry out the function, doesn't have the authority to levy civil or individual penalties, et cetera. How do you respond to all these sort of documented criticisms of why you're not the right agency to do the safety oversight?
First of all, we're on the job and doing the job. And, we do have enforcement power. Most importantly, we have the ability to direct WMATA to take action, corrective action, when there are safety infractions. We also have the ability now to withhold funds, as much as 5% to 25% of the funds, to compel them to take corrective action. On the experience side, we feel we have the technical competence. We have put together an organization that has experience from FAA and FRA, and we have the resources. Secretary Fox took a one DOT approach. He leveraged resources from across the department to augment the oversight effort. We have people working with us from FRA, NHTSA, motor carriers, and the Office of the Secretary. I know that NTSB is concerned about whether we can sustain this, but we do have additional budgetary authority to augment our safety operations. And we think that the response was the appropriate risk. We needed to act quickly. FTA had the statutory authority and FRA did not have this statutory authority at this time to oversee commuter rail. FRA had the statutory authority for commuter rail, but not for urban public transit.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the ranking member for a follow-up question.
My friend, and I'm just going to ask one question and then yield to Ms. Comstock. Ms. Flowers, you just told my colleague, Mr. Byer, that you have the statutory authority to even withhold funds 5 to 15%, and in fact, you have threatened to do that if the 3 jurisdictions do not form this oversight committee in a certain course of time. Is that correct?
That's correct, 1 year.
Right.
February of next year.
All right. Have you taken cognizance of the legislative schedules of the 2 respective states, Maryland and Virginia?
Yes, we have. And what we would like to see is, and we're continuing to provide technical assistance and work with the 3 jurisdictions, what we'd like to see is this move forward rather than actually take action to withhold funds.
Okay. I support what you're trying to do, and I support the pressure you're putting on them, but one little word of caution: be aware of the difference in the legislative schedule so that we're not asking them to do something they can't possibly do within their legislative calendar.
And I just want to say we could rather than would.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for yielding.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Comstock, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank the ranking member for, as a former member of the Virginia State Legislature, we are only there January through February or March sometimes, so that had some impact this year also as we were trying to take some action. So thank you. And I also wanted to mention that Congressman Wolf had been up here, my predecessor, today, and this board, I mentioned we were having a Metro hearing, and he raised the same issue that Mr. Delaney raised on the board. So appreciate the honesty, Mr. Evans, in terms of looking at the expertise there, and obviously there'll be challenges there to look at that, but I do agree with Mr. Delaney that that needs to be looked at more thoroughly. I wanted to again return to some of the good management ideas I think our new general manager is focused on, just to get them on the record here, because yesterday you had talked about things like looking at paratransit and how we can save money there. And I don't know if maintenance might be an area too that can be outsourced, but could you maybe detail for the record so we have some of these, I think, good positive ideas that, again, things that we'll probably all share and have in common and can improve?
Apologies. Yes, there are a number of things that I think that we could do more efficiently by getting out of them to some degree, because it's not core to our mission. So, for instance, parking, obviously, it does feed our system. We have 60,000 parking spaces, but, that's not the core thing that we wake up every morning worried about, and I think that's an opportunity for private sector to do that, for instance. The paratransit, again, we have a model that, it's been around for years, but I think in today's technology that there's opportunities to do that, to make sure that we don't take anything away from many of our customers, but actually give them alternatives that, for us, will be cheaper. And
I think yesterday you had cited that the average cost for paratransit is $50.
Close to $50.
And so you were already identifying other ways, particularly on short trips, where we could save money with sort of the on-demand economy and probably be more efficient for some of the users.
More efficient, and more, right now you have to give a 24-hour notice for your trip. A lot of times you have to travel with other people. There's other alternatives. You can just call up and it can happen very quickly and with just you.
So we can welcome the Uber economy to Metro.
Not one vendor.
Uber, Lyft, on demand.
Right. The headquarters building is another opportunity, I believe, just in terms of the number of people we have there, and do we need that many people in a prime location? I basically am looking at that as well. On the maintenance side, on the fare collection side, I think, again, there's opportunities to where it makes more sense to have other resources applied there. That's what we should do. So I'll continue to do that.
Thank you, and I really appreciate it, and just wanted to highlight some of those things because I think there's been some really good thought that the general manager has already put into this, where I think we will find a lot of common ground, and maybe we can focus on those things first, bring the cost down, and minimize some of the other problems and costs that we're dealing with, so we can have a more civil discussion on that when we have actually solved a lot of these problems, have a very functioning system, and I appreciate your taking that approach as you proceed through, so thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman. Let me follow up a little bit on what my good friend Mr. Conley was saying with regards to jurisdiction. Ms. Flowers, I don't know that you were necessarily the best group, and I really care a lot about Secretary Fox. In fact, I consider him a personal friend. I don't know that it was necessarily the right decision. But here is my whole point on this. Mr. Hart and Ms. Flowers, we've got to get this system in a place where you're not at a hearing talking about the safety of this system. You know, so while it may be germane today, I'm hopeful that in the very near future it will not be a discussion that even comes up. You know, we talk about Uber a little bit. You know, I've got staff members now taking Uber and other forms of transportation to get to work who used to take the Metro just because they can't count on it anymore. We've got to stop that. I mean, just pure and simple, we have to stop that. Mr. Evans, you started out your testimony by acknowledging the service that many of us have provided, whether it's attending the State of the District meeting, as you mentioned with me. I want to acknowledge your service. I guess it's to Ward 2 and your service there, and certainly say thank you. There's no tougher job than local politics. And so I want to acknowledge that. I guess the fundamental question is, how many more hearings are we going to have before we fix the problem? This now makes my fourth either hearing or roundtable or meeting that we've had on a mass transit system that I don't ride. You know, that the vast majority of people use here in the Federal Government, and whether it's 50% or 60%, you know, even if it's higher than that, we've got to get it right. And by getting it right, I need to figure out who's in charge. Because is it a 16 or 14-member board? You know, is it the new general manager? Is it the coalition of people that put forth the people who actually sit on the board? Who's in charge? Who owns it? You know, Mr. Evans, I think in your written testimony it says that you want to make it clear that you don't own the Metro and that Paul doesn't own the Metro. But somebody has to own the responsibility. And I guess that's what I'm getting to. Who is that? Who do we hold accountable for a system that has deferred maintenance and is not safe? Who is that?
It's myself and Paul. We are the two people who are in charge of Metro today.
You can't have two leaders, so ultimately, where does the buck stop?
Paul is in charge.
Okay, so if Paul makes a decision that the board doesn't agree with, what happens to Paul?
We haven't faced that yet.
But you will. I mean, listen, this is a big problem that's taken 40 years to get here, deferred maintenance. You've been on the board 3 times? Is this your third tour of duty?
Twice.
All right,
Second
twice.
tour of duty, yeah.
So as we look at this, it's going to happen where the board thinks one thing and Paul, as the expert, thinks something else. So if Paul does that, does he get fired?
No. That would be my position as chairman of the board, but I am only one board member. But in that situation, I would defer to the general manager, who I believe has the expertise that the rest of us on the board do not have. And so the close down is a good example. We discussed it, and then I turned to Paul and said, what do you want to do? And he said, close it down. And everybody got on board. And I believe that that's how this will operate. Keep in mind, we have 9 out of 16 new board members. This isn't the board of a year ago. And I believe it's a better board than we've had in a long time. And we support the general manager in what he's doing. He's assessing the system. Just to answer your longer question, he's going to come back in 6 weeks with a plan to fix this. And then we as a region are going to have to decide how to implement the plan. The question you haven't asked me today is about the 6 months in Blue Line. And so I'll address that. What we have to do is come up with a plan to fix this. It's like a bridge going into Georgetown that I have to fix. All right, it's about to fall down. If we close it entirely, I can do it in 6 months for $5 million. If we do half, it's going to take me 18 months and $12 million. If I do it a lane at a time, it's even worse. It's convenience versus safety versus time versus money. And we as a region have to decide that. Closing something for 6 months is a bad idea.
Yeah, let me just jump in.
Bad idea.
And so if I haven't been clear before, let me be clear. Closing the blue line for 6 months is not an option.
Not an option.
Do you understand that?
No, I understand.
And you'll take that to the board, that it's not an option.
Absolutely. But what we're doing now is also not working, which is the other extreme. 3 hours at night and on the weekend, single tracking. So somewhere between those two extremes, we have to come up.
You know, I'm a numbers guy, and I agree with you, because I went through and looked at the traffic and how people, and actually had the staff, and they looked at all those numbers, and actually we could close down the metro on the blue line maybe at 10 o'clock at night, work all through the night, and have it back up by 5 a.m. the next morning, have a normal work period, do more work on Saturdays and Sundays. I mean, I've looked at it, and the number of people that you affect is infinitesimal compared to the 200 million that we travel. So when we make those kind of statements, I can tell you that Jerry and I, and it really affects him, because I can tell you, I'm not going to be getting calls in North Carolina about the metro in D.C. being down. Jerry will. Barbara will. And so when that happens is, you got to understand that, you know, what we endured for 26 hours will be multiplied times 6 months. It's just not an option. And so, but you made a statement, Jack, that you said we, all right? So is it him or is it we? Who's in charge? Because ultimately what I've got to get to is I want the next person that's sitting here to be able not only to certify that it's safe, but they made all the instructions, and if they're asking for money, that we have given them the additional resources that they need to do that. And so you're saying that he can make the tough decisions, and if he does, the board's not going to fire him, or at least you as the chairman are not going to recommend that.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so let me go to you, Mr. General Manager. As you've looked at this system, how much deferred maintenance should have been done that wasn't done?
I don't have a numeric, but I think, again, I think the approach is part of the issue, the way we've been trying to do it, what you just talked about. You know, I just ran the numbers.
So how many jumper cables were replaced between the death that we had in 2015 and literally the other day when you closed the system down? How many jumper cables were replaced?
The numbers of the sleeves were 65%. But again, that's part of the issue that I've had, is we tend to do things around a particular issue and not look at this thing together. So for instance, going out and replacing all the sleeves on the boots, that was dealing with one issue. That was not dealing with the issue of a cable that's lying on the ground. That's not dealing with a cable that's lying in moisture. That's not dealing with drains that aren't working, which creates those issues. And that's where we got to come at this thing, and not just the boot.
So why would you say that those assessments haven't been done? Because when we had an unbelievable, horrific tragedy that happened, I mean, everybody came. I mean, we all came to a meeting. I mean, we were determined to get this fixed right away and get it done.
Right.
And yet, what I heard from your testimony earlier is that we're going to wait to do another mile of tests to figure out, okay, I'm seeing a shaking hand, I'm seeing a no, so I must have misheard that.
That was the cell phone issue. That was the cell phone issue.
Oh, okay.
That's a totally different issue. No, what I'm doing right now, based on what happened 3 weeks ago, is I'm looking from LaFlamme Plaza to 3 weeks ago. What did we do? Who did what? So I'm going to get to that issue, like what was done there. People had to do certain things, and did they do it? Did they do it? Did we do it poorly? What did we learn? And then what did we put in place, and did that occur on the day at McPherson Square? Then, so there's 3 things going on. It's what happened in that short time, or that 14 months, what happened on this incident, and then what are we doing forward? So for instance, we've already initiated a new team that goes out every day, basically, and looks at the cables. So we weren't doing that before. Now we do it. In effect, they do the entire system. It takes them a month to do the entire system. So in effect, we're doing that every day. We're going out and checking that. We weren't doing that before. So I'm already put those things in place. But even that, I'm not sure that's all we can do. you know? And that's why it's got to be part of this overall plan where we come out and we say, all right, we're going to fix the track, we're going to fix the pavement, the power cables, we're going to fix the drainage system, we're going to fix those things as we go out there, rather than keep coming back and forth and running off and doing this, running off and doing that.
All right, so how do you respond to the criticism that there is a culture within the WMATA family that does not really emphasize safety or service? Is there a culture? Is that an accurate statement?
It is.
Okay. Well, part of fixing a problem is recognizing that you have one. And so I would just say thank you for your candor and your honesty. Mr. Evans, thank you for your leadership on the board. I have a request of the two of you, and I'd like you to answer it verbally, if you would. If you find that there are board members that are trying to exert their influence over the general manager, Mr. Evans, were you committed to at least letting either me or the ranking member know that is happening?
Yes, I am. And if I do find that, I will act myself, but I will also.
I believe that. I believe that. And to you, as a general manager, if you find that there is impediments to you getting this restored and up to speed from a safety and service standpoint, and that you're getting undue political influence from the board, and I use the word political because there will be differences of opinions, are you committed to let the ranking member and I and this committee know?
I will let you know, but it'll be after the fact because I won't be here any longer.
Okay. Well, enough said. Well, I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I want to recognize the ranking member for a brief closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your support and collaboration. I know it's there, even though you represent North Carolina, not the national capital, but all of us, as Mr. Evans indicated, must take ownership for the national capital transit system. You know, you were asking what happened, and my legislative director and I came up with a way of putting it, which is we have witnessed a maddeningly decade-long descent into mediocrity, where it's imbued the entire workforce. I only work 8 or 9 hours, and if it doesn't get done in that time frame, it's somebody else's problem. Customers unhappy, so what? Answering a question, not my job. And just as Mr. Evans indicated, it's everyone's concern. Within the workforce, everything is everybody's job, I mean, at a certain level, especially when it comes to public safety. And what worries me about this deterioration are the implications of it. This is Washington, D.C. This is the capital of the superpower left. It is always going to be a target, tragically, for bad people wanting to do bad things. And we cannot allow the deterioration of our metro system to become the soft underbelly of any target in the future. Tens of thousands of lives every day depend on that safety and that reliability in some fashion. And so the stakes are even higher, frankly, after tragic attacks in Europe. What more do we need by way of warning that this isn't just a nice thing to do? This isn't just us being anal retentive because we want a cleaner metro system. It's about the security and welfare of our country. And metro is a very important part of that calculus. And so it behooves all of us to find swift and efficacious solutions to the problems we've identified today. And again, I thank my good friend from North Carolina for his indulgence and for his support.
Well, I thank the gentleman. I want to thank each of you. We have a task ahead of us, and that task is monumental in ways. You know, Mr. Evans, you talked about the fact when it was originally put in place, you know, it was the modern era of the Jetsons. You know, I'm old enough to remember the Jetsons. So as we look at that, we've gone from the Jetsons to Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. It's time to bring it back to a point of honor and a standard of which not only your constituents, but Ms. Comstock's constituents, Mr. Conley's, and all of those that are around can be proud of it. I'm committed to work in a bipartisan manner to do that. I'm afraid the general manager, it's going to end in your portfolio to fix. And so what I would like is within the next 90 days is an update on what has been done, what is going to happen in the next 90 days. And if you will, I think it would be prudent if we have a 90-day update as we look at this. And before we make any long-term decisions on what is closed or not closed, I'd ask that we really get some input from those who benefit from this system each and every day. Thank each of you. If there's no further business before the committee stands adjourned.